The commitment to the tree planting exercise, an initiative in line with a resolution that was passed by the Interparliamentary Union, urging parliaments to reduce their carbon footprint by adopting strategies that can avert adverse effects of climate change. The offices were established with a view to improve the member-constituent relationship by increasing the frequency and quality of interaction between members of parliament and citizens. To this effect, each of all the 156 constituencies have a constituency office.
This month on DSTV Family, challenge what you know about the Kardashians with this revealing look at the famous family.
Where do we start? Hit me with your best shot.
Celebrate black entertainers and their achievements with the 2024 BET Awards.
Burna Boy,
Beyonce.
And join the fun-filled family days with Sonia, Hugo, Mel, and their delightful friends.
Let's go!
There's so much to enjoy on your home of entertainment, so upgrade to DSTV Family.
Dazzling new shows this month. Follow the unlikely partnership of two crime solvers, where trust and teamwork are the keys to cracking each case.
we're all one big happy family.
Immerse yourself in a heartwarming story of friendship and resilience in our newest novella. And for our younger viewers, join the adventure beneath the waves, where every tale sparkles with magic and excitement. Enjoy the best brand new entertainment on GoTV. Love it.
Wednesday, 19th June 2024, as we wait for the live proceedings at 14:30 hours to be on live commentary this afternoon. My name is Matimba Mkua.
Good afternoon, viewers. Also joining on the live commentary, my name is Joe Muyunda Katama, and our two sign language interpreters, Chola Kauma and Jason Manda. Time now to look at the business which was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, 18th June 2024.
When business resumed at 14:30 hours, Madam First Deputy Speaker did make 4 announcements. In the first announcement, Madam First Deputy Speaker informed the House that she had received communication to the effect that in the absence of Her Honor the Vice President, who was attending to other government business, the Minister of Defense, Honorable Ambrose Elufuma MP, had been appointed acting leader of government business in the House from Tuesday 18th June 2024 until further notice.
And in the second announcement, Madam First Deputy Speaker did recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Chisamba Girls Academy in Chisamba District.
And so, Madam First Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly. In the third announcement, Madam First Deputy Speaker recognized the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Lumuno School in Rhodes Park, Lusaka District. And Madam First Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly.
And in the fourth announcement, Madam First Deputy Speaker informed the House that in accordance with the provision of Standing Order 176(3), she had made changes to the composition of 3 committees as follows.
Parliamentary Reforms and Modernization Committee, Honorable Gregory Ngwani MP, to replace Ms. Chushi C. Kasanda MP, and Committee on Government Assurances, Ms. Chushi C. Kasanda MP, to replace Honorable Gregory Ngwani MP, and Committee on Energy, Water Development and Tourism, Honorable Mr. Stanley Kekakuo MP, to replace Honorable Gregory Ngwani MP. After those 4 announcements, 3 urgent matters without notice were raised under Standing Order 142, and the first one came from Nakonde Member of Parliament, Mr. Lucas Simumba, on a subject matter on whether the country was food secure, and so this matter was inadmissible.
And the second one came from Mr. Ronald Chitotela, who happens to be Pambashe Consequenza Member of Parliament, on the subject matter on a statement by a whistleblower alleging that Zambia would lose over $900 million United States dollars in tax revenue following a tax waiver given to the First Quantum Minerals Limited. So this one was equally not admitted.
The third one came from Nkana Member of Parliament, Mr. Binwe Mpundu. This was on the disruption of water supply in Ndola following broken down water valves at Kafuhu Water and Sanitation Company. And so this matter was admissible, and the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation was directed to issue a ministerial statement on Thursday, 20 June 2024.
Thereafter, the Minister of Agriculture made a statement on the crop forecast survey for 2023 to 2024 season and updated the House on the projected agricultural production for the 2023 to 2024 farming season and measures being taken to ensure that the country was food secure.
After that ministerial statement, the House went on to consider questions for answer numbers 361 to 366 under Standing Order 80.
Thereafter, the House noted a question for written answer. This is question 7, understanding Order 81, and the reply was accordingly recorded in the daily parliamentary debates.
After consideration of those questions, a Soka Member of Parliament, Ms. Marjorie Nakaponda, moved the motion, urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services on the ratification of the International Convention of the East, Central and Southern African Health Community for the 3rd session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 12 June 2024. And this report was seconded by Bahati Member of Parliament, Mr. Livan Chiwombo. And at the time business was being interrupted yesterday on the floor of the House was Lunte Member of Parliament, Mr. Mutotwe Kafaya, who was debating to this report. And so Madam First Deputy Speaker adjourned the House at 18:57 hours. And so this is the business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, Tuesday, 18th June 2024. Just now, we shift our attention and we look at today's order paper.
So on the order paper today, 19th June 2024, we expect announcements, if there will be any, urgent matters without notice, if there will be any, and also a ministerial statement. The Minister of Community Development and Social Services who is expected to issue a ministerial statement, and we also expect 2 questions for oral answer understanding order 80 and 2 committee reports to be considered.
The ministerial statement is expected to be delivered by the Minister of Community Development and Social Services. This is on the newly created Emergency Social Cash Transfer Program. After consideration of that ministerial statement, we expect the House to consider 2 questions for oral answer understanding order 80, and we expect question number 367 to come from Chilubi Member of Parliament, Mr. Mulenga Fube, and he's directing his question to the Minister of Transport and Logistics. He wants to find out a question in 3 parts: whether the government has any plans to construct landing jetties to facilitate safe landing of big boats at the following harbors in Chilubi districts, that's Chara, Muchushi, and Santa Maria. In part B of the question, the Member of Parliament for Chilubi wants to find out if so, when the plans will be implemented, and in the C part of the question, he wants to find out what the estimated cost of the project is.
And question 368 is coming from Mr. Tawolo Chewe, who is a Ruansesha Constituency Member of Parliament. He has directed this question to the Minister of Tourism in 4 parts. He wants to find out whether the government has any plans to relocate people from the following villages in Isangano National Park in Northern Province in order to avert human-animal conflict. These as follows: Yakobo, Nyemba, Kasunga, Munonga in B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and C, where the affected people will be resettled, and D, if there are no such plans, why?
After consideration of those 2 questions for oral answer understanding order 80, we expect Pambashe Member of Parliament, Mr. Ronald Chitotela, to move a motion urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Youth, Sport and Child Matters on drug and substance abuse among the youths in Zambia for the 3rd session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th June 2024.
And thereafter, we expect the House to continue considering the committee report on health, community development and social services on the ratification of the International Convention over the East Central and Southern Africa Health Community. This is the motion of 18th June, which is yesterday, 18th June 2024, and which was moved by Isoka Member of Parliament, Mrs. Marjorie Nakaponda, and this particular motion was seconded by Bahati Constituency Member of Parliament, Mr. Levan Chiwombwe.
And at the time business was being interrupted yesterday, on the floor of the House was Lunte Member of Parliament, Mr. Mutotwe Kafaya, who was debating to this report. And so this is just the business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, Tuesday, 18th June 2024. And so today, as we already said, we have 1 announcement. Announcements, if there will be any urgent matters without notice, a ministerial statement, and 2 questions for oral answer understanding order 80, and 2 committee reports. And now, any time from now, we'll be seeing Madam Speaker's procession making its way to the chamber. Just now, we interest you to some pictures which are coming live right here on Parliament Television from Parliament buildings in Lusaka. If you want to follow the proceedings, you can follow the proceedings on the Facebook page, which is the National Assembly of Zambia, and also on the YouTube, which is the National Assembly of Zambia. Just now, we take you to the floor as we wait for Madam Speaker's procession to make its way to the chamber. Keep watching Parliament Television. Good afternoon.
Honorable members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. sing of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for our rights. We want freedom's fight for one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those who blend. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun, oh one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of the leaders and parliament for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessings descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and effective a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Order. Honorable members, I have an announcement to make. I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Francisca Covenant Primary School in Ndola District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. I thank you. Honorable members, another announcement. I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Great North Road Academy, Special Needs Unit in Lusaka District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. I thank you. Urgent matters without notice. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Mr. Speaker, the matter I wish to raise is directed to the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Home Affairs, Minister of Health, and the Chief Whip. I can see the Chief Whip is there. Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament, including myself, have got a very well-established welfare plan. Mr. Speaker, these ministers to whom I direct this issue, including the Chief Whip, are aware that health welfare for members of parliament is equally very well established. Mr. Speaker, Honorable J.J. Banda has been unwell for a long time now. Honorable J.J. Banda was abducted, and he chose, Mr. Speaker, a facility of good standing according to him, where he went to seek medical attention. Mr. Speaker, government forcibly moved him to a military hospital. Today, as I speak, Mr. Speaker, Honorable J.J. Banda has disappeared from the military hospital. To only, no one is aware, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Chief Whip is concerned about my welfare as much as he is concerned about all members, including Honorable J.J. Banda. He has been quiet from the time the Honorable J.J. was abducted up to today. Is the Minister of Defense, in order to have allowed Honorable J.J. Banda to be kept in Mainasoko without his consent, is the Minister of Home Affairs in order to have forcibly moved the Honorable J.J. Banda from Maitland Hospital to Mainasoko? Is the Minister of Health in order, Mr. Speaker, to remain quiet when a member is being managed health-wise by a system he has not approved? As a matter of fact, a system which is not even on the welfare of this assembly. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, is the Honorable Chief...
Honorable Member, you may take your seat. You may take your seat. The issues, let me pass caution, honorable members. The issues of honorable members, including the welfare, they are in the custody of government of the Republic of Zambia, including that of Honorable J. Banda. That's why government took keen interest. And certainly, we are not here to make assertions regarding the same matter, because certain issues are under investigations. Madam Speaker, last week, Thursday or Friday, I can't be precise, she paid a visit to see Honorable Banda. So this is the issue that is being handled by government. And government has always taken keen interest of the members of parliament. Honorable J. Banda is not an exceptional. I think we are aware, we are all happy the return of Honorable Kalime. That shows how government has been taking care of our welfare. So certainly, government is handling the affairs of Honorable J. Banda. So let's not dwell into that. The Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the matter that I'm trying to raise, which is urgent, is directed to the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, as well as the Minister of Finance.
You can proceed. There's a government chief whip and the leader of the acting leader of government business.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we received a comprehensive report on our crop output, and extensive as it was, it
created an opportunity for government now to clearly outline how it intends to ensure that our economy will not be disrupted by factors like inflation. Prices will not become exceptionally high, and also just to make sure that all the Zambian people are on board in as far as what government will do to make sure that our economy remains afloat. Mr. Speaker, you heard yesterday when the minister, I'll give one product or two. For example, the minister talked about our famous crop, maize, and what government intends to do. But within the maize production, Mr. Speaker, there is the poultry industry, which will be affected because of the same maize which is not in abundance. Meaning we're expecting a spike in poultry products to go up, like chickens, fish, and so on. That already will start to hit more onto our cost of living. Further to that, the minister did mention, for example, wheat, which influences the prices of bread. That can also create unrest if government does not come out clearly in terms of what strategies and methods it's going to use. Yes, we do know the budget will be coming, but we have already been told when it's realigned, it will be basically focusing on how it will avert hunger and so on. But in terms of the general economy, the government needed to come out clearly what plans it has put in place to ensure that our economic infrastructure is not going to be affected. Already, our growth rate has been downgraded from 4.7 to 2.7, and with the current load shedding, it's very possible that we might...
Now, you should have been brief. You know the current standing orders that have been circulated.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
May you take your seat?
I wanted to add context to why this point of order is important and why it is urgent. I'm now asking for your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, given the brief background of the concerns of the people of Kantanshi and what is currently prevailing in terms of the cost of living. When will government come up with a clear roadmap in terms of how we are going to avert possible escalation in prices to levels that might even lead to unrest? Because even now, you agree with me that the cost of living is high, and we have seen interventions on the cost of
Order, Honorable Member, may you take your seat?
That's just a conclusion.
May you take your seat? May you take your seat? I think the current standing orders are quite explicit in terms of time. There's time limitation. It's 2 minutes. However, what you've raised, you may take your seat because your time has already run out. The Honorable Minister of Comments, in the next 2 days, will come to the House to address the concerns. I thank you. The Honorable Member from Ghana.
Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament are here to represent the well-being of Zambian citizens, be it that they are mad people or normal people. Not long ago, a young lady, a Zambian young lady in the name of Pamela Tsupa, was abducted. The following day, Mr. Speaker, this House moved the Minister of Home Affairs to issue a statement in regards to the abduction of that young lady, because our life mattered. The life of every Zambian, be it is normal, is mad, matters to this republic. Is the Minister of Home Affairs, Mr. Speaker, in order to have remained quiet when one of us, your own brother, Mr. Speaker, our brother, our friend, we who pretend to care for the welfare of the people, was abducted? The Minister of Home Affairs decides conveniently to remain quiet now almost a month, 25 days today. As we speak today, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Petauke was moved from the military
Honorable Member, Honorable Member,
is the Minister of Home Affairs in order to keep quiet
Honorable
as if
Member,
the life of JJ
may you take your seat?
Is he in order?
Honorable Member, you are misguiding yourself. This is left for matters of agents without notice, but you are rising on a point of order. You are rising on a point of order. But you indicated, may you take your seat, Honorable Member? You indicated for matters without notice. Yes, but you were rising on a point of order. The two are different. You are saying there is the minister in order. Yes. Now, let me guide you. Let me guide you. Let me guide you. I think we are all aware that the Minister of Home Affairs earlier in this House came on the floor of the House to give government assurance as regarding to what is pertaining in the country. Government has made its position. These are investigative. These are issues that are under investigation by police. Yes, it's under investigations. Government is investigating and it's doing its work. Let's proceed. We go to the next business. I have permitted the Honourable Minister of Community Development and Social Services to make a ministerial statement. The Honourable Minister of Community Development and Social Services. Honourable members, if you are leaving the House, let's leave quietly. This is the House of Honour. May the Honourable Minister proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, following the declaration of national disaster and emergency by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, on the 29th of February 2024, the government embarked on the implementation of a number of response measures through the Ministry of Community Development and Social Services. These include the emergency cash transfer and the emergency wetland cropping of the food security pack response, aimed at enhancing purchasing power of the poor and vulnerable and improving food and nutrition security. Mr. Speaker, under the emergency cash transfer, the ministry will target those already on the regular social cash transfer program. Most of all, there are over 1.3 million beneficiaries currently on the regular social cash transfer, will receive an additional 200 kwacha per month on top of what they are already receiving. In addition, in collaboration with various stakeholders, conducted a countrywide rapid assessment on drought to ascertain other affected people who are not on the regular social cash transfer program. After the assessment, over 1 million households have been successfully registered for the emergency cash transfer and will receive 400 kwacha per month. The emergency cash transfer program will run for a period of 12 months for only both categories. The existing payment systems, which includes the payment service provider modality, the urban type, and the pay point manager for rural areas modality will be used to deliver the emergency cash transfers to beneficiary households. Mr. Speaker, under the emergency wetland cropping of the Food Security Pack intervention, the ministry will provide farming inputs to poor, vulnerable, drought-affected households in all the 116 districts. This is aimed at supporting over 300,000 poor and vulnerable but viable small-scale farming households to grow white maize, relying on irrigation using furrows, streams, dumbles, plains, or any other water points accessible by the communities. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure this House that government, through the Ministry of Community Development and Social Services, is working on all modalities to ensure that all eligible households access the necessary and much needed support in the spirit of leaving no one and no one behind. Thank you for your kind attention.
Honorable members are now free to ask questions on point of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Community Development and Social Services. The Honorable Member for Kwacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to ask a follow-up question to our most hardworking mother, a Minister for Community Development. A follow-up question. Honorable Minister, let me start by thanking you for that ministerial statement that you've just presented. I just want you to make a comment as to whether the government has plans to increase the number of beneficiaries from the current figure to something that may cater for a wide range of beneficiaries. Speaking specifically for Kwacha, the number of vulnerable people that requires government intervention to assist them continues to grow. And that has posed the challenge to these people in terms of their well-being. So I just want to find out if at all you have any plans as at now as government to increase the number from the current figure to something that is something that will cater for so many people within the country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament for Kwacha, for that comment. Yes, the government has got plans to increase the number of beneficiaries on social cash transfer program and on food security program. In the budget that was presented last year, we did make mention that we are indeed scaling up. But, in 2023, we moved from 1,027,000 beneficiaries. This is after moving from 950,000 beneficiaries. This year, we are at 1.3 million beneficiary households, and we're scaling up to 1.5 million households. And I want to take this opportunity to also make mention that we are going to increase the transfer value of the social cash. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Katanshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again for another opportunity. Honorable Minister, thank you for your ministerial statement. It is a practical one, and it's a direct response to the questions that people are having out there. But, Mr. Speaker, I must mention that before the implementation of this social cash transfer, the ministry should have done well to sort out the concerns that have been coming, even on the floor of this House, where beneficiaries, sometimes their money is transferred into wrong accounts, wrong phone numbers, and they don't get their money. Some of them, I'm sure you have reports as way back as December. And then also the very fact that there's a disconnect between, for example, the Member of Parliament's office and the CWAX, which is something that should have also been resolved by the ministry so that we optimize the beneficiaries. The question is, when is your ministry going to quickly sort this out? Probably you learn from Ministry of Local Government the way we work with WDCs as the input to projects, in your case, as an input, as a starting point for identification, so that all the members of Parliament in here are able to speak the same language as you are speaking in terms of the beneficiaries. When are we going to see you carrying out that exercise as soon as possible so that this money can actually benefit the people? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament for Kantanshi. On the modalities of payments for the emergency social cash transfer and the regular social cash transfer, Mr. Speaker, I clearly stated that we are going to use the rural mode of payments. This is a payment where the point managers give out cash to beneficiaries. However, on that point, I want to encourage all members of Parliament to educate the beneficiaries. It is very complicated and tedious to pay cash to over 1 million households in whatever form. Even for the point managers, it is not safe for them. For the banks, it is a nightmare to take out money on a daily basis to pay social cash transfer. We are talking about paying out over 600 million cash. It is a nightmare. And the more we encourage beneficiaries to be receiving money on their mobile phones, which in any case they do. Most of our people are in the habit of asking for money through their mobiles. They do receive. They know how to use and how to operate these phones. If you allow us, if you give us that opportunity as a ministry, we are going to work on other things that are going to benefit the same beneficiaries. It is not too much to ask for a beneficiary to receive 400 kwacha through a phone. Now, when members come on this floor and tell us that no, it's better to be paying them in rural areas, they call it tambikeni. Yes, politically, it's a good move because there is face-to-face interaction. But in terms of security, in terms of accountability, it is dangerous. And because we are used to paying cash over a table, then we get reports that, oh no, point managers didn't pay this area. If we are paying, and that was the plan of that ministry, as at 2021 December, when we improved on the technology in the ministry, we managed to put desktops in all the 116 districts, so that our district social welfare officer will be linked to that server in the ministry. And eventually, how we had planned was that each member of parliament will be given a link. Member of Parliament for Kantanshi is given a link. You want to know which areas are being paid today. At the click of the button, you'll be able to see where the payment has been made, who has received, and it lessens on speculations that we have not received. But this traditional way of doing business, yes, it seems to be favored by most of you in here, and we'll go by what the people want. We'll pay on the table, over the table. I submit.
The Honorable Member for Momba.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, thank you for this statement and congratulations that you have come to the aid of our people. This shows how this government, Mr. Speaker, is concerned about the welfare of our people, unlike the PF, where this money we are talking about today, the social cash transfer, disappeared some time back, and the donors stopped giving us this money. So this is the way to go, Honorable Minister. We are grateful. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister is, I just wanted you to confirm, because currently our people are receiving these monies bi-monthly. And I heard you talking about monthly, which is the same. But just for avoidance of doubt, are you able to consider for now, maybe for 12 months, to give these people these monies every month, considering the challenges that which we are facing? Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Thank you for that question. Yes, indeed, we are discussing, because this is an emergency. People are hungry. They want to use that money as soon as possible. So yes, indeed, we are discussing with the Ministry of Finance and other stakeholders as to whether they could allow us to pay on a monthly basis. That is under consideration. I submit.
The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me appreciate the gesture by the government through this quick intervention. However, Honorable Minister, there's a section in our community who seem not to be eligible for these funds, especially the males. Most of the males, they seem not to be eligible. For example, the latest registration, which was being conducted, they were registering females who had babies, females who were pregnant, but for the males, they didn't seem to be eligible, most of them. So the question now is, are they not involved? Are they not affected by this hunger, by this drought, by this difficult situation, such that they are not registered? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament for Kalabo. This is the second time this question is coming, but in a different version. I do really sympathize with you, and your observation is correct, that there are more women or female on social cash transfer program than they are male or men. That is true. Honorable members of Parliament, we all know that hunger has got a face of a woman. Poverty has a face of a woman. 65% of social cash transfer beneficiaries are indeed female-headed households. Who are these women? These are women who have been abandoned by men with young children. That is why we put them on social cash transfer, to support the young children. These are female-headed households, mothers who have been left with children. And government now steps in to make sure that there is that extra income coming to cushion that poor and vulnerable households. And I'm glad we're having this conversation, The issue is not how were they picked, because it's a fact that they are female and they are poor and very extremely vulnerable, and they've got children. Now, if you had to assess yourself, Honorable Member of Parliament, between putting a woman who has got 3, 5, 4 kids with no male figure to support them, and a man, an able-bodied man, who would you put as a priority on the program? I submit.
The Honourable Member for Luena.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, the people of Luena are indeed very grateful for the intervention, and they are sending their greetings through you to His Excellency for your intervention in this very difficult period that we are going through as a nation. However, in Luena constituency, we had a few words that the team that was going around registering beneficiaries could not reach. And specifically in my constituency, these were Nangula Ward, Miule Ward, and Namboma Ward, representing about 25% of the constituency. May I find out from you, Honourable Minister, if, as we speak now, do we have teams that are on the ground to reach areas that were not reached during that period when the registration was going on, so that our people can still look forward, those that were not reached, to being included in this intervention program that the government is putting in place? Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the concern of the people of Luena is genuine, like many other places. Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the nation that indeed officers have gone back to make sure that we capture as many people as possible. This is with a hope. Maybe as Minister of Community Development and Social Services, I spoke too soon. I don't know the feelings of the Minister of Finance and Planning, because there's another program coming for poor, vulnerable people. And that is where the men will be listed, and there will be numbers. This is a food for work program or public works program. This is where those who have been identified as poor and vulnerable will be given work to do in the community. And we are still discussing whether they will be given food in terms of maize, or they will be given money. I submit.
The Honourable Member for Chisamba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for the statement. Honourable Minister, I just wanted to find out from you, since the beneficiaries are required to receive the money through their phones, so I just wanted to find out, looking at the fact that most of the members of Parliament come from rural constituencies, and the biggest challenge that we have in terms of our beneficiaries receiving the funds is network. So I just wanted to find out if you're working in collaboration with the Minister of Technology and Science in erecting the towers so that there's easy access to our people receiving those funds, and also so that you don't go through the tedious way that you spoke about of having to give out cash. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Parliament for Chisamba, for those comments and questions as to how are the beneficiaries in rural areas going to receive their funds? I was very clear. In fact, what I forgot was to make mention that we have heard the concerns and the cries of our people. And therefore, in rural areas, there will be pay point managers to pay or to give the money over the table. In terms of connectivity, I think we are alive to the fact that in 2021, November, to be precise, the Minister of Technology came to present a ministerial statement on the connectivity in the country. He returned again in 2022 to talk about the connectivity. It is a pity that, as I stand here, we have reverted back to the rural payment model of our beneficiaries. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister of Community Development, for that ministerial statement, which has highlighted a lot of things. And the Minister, my concern first and foremost is that first you are doing a commendable job to ensure that you give the emergency social cash transfer. And as in Dollar District, we received about 29,500 beneficiaries, which we are very grateful to the government. What I want to find out are the modalities, because you have the IPS providers who transmit funds on your behalf, but there are issues where monies are remitted to these providers and they fail to reach the beneficiaries. Either they have wrong phone numbers and all that. How is the ministry mitigating that to ensure, especially for this emergency social cash transfer, that it reaches the people in the quickest possible time? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, indeed, there are connectivity issues in most areas where we have experienced, or where we experienced as a ministry, connectivity issues where there were concerns and cries from our people. We are going to use the rural model of payment, which is cash over the table. I submit.
The Honourable Member for Kawe Central.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to ask a follow-up question. Honourable Minister, really, as people of Kawe, we want to say thank you so much for this program. Indeed, when the President said no one will die of hunger, this is what he meant. Your ministry is really doing a recommendable job to reach out to our vulnerable people. Now, my question is, have you got any program, or have you educated or given a program to the CWAC how they should handle our vulnerable and aged women and men who have got no NRCs? I say so because in my constituents I've come a number of them who have lost their NRCs and they have got no relatives to help them, to give them or to help them to take them, or to give them information of to where they are coming from. Of course, they are able to remember where they are coming from, but there's no one to help them. So I don't know whether the CWAC have been educated on how they should handle such cases. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable, for that follow-up question on the missing NRCs or duplicate NRCs. Indeed, those are real issues, and we are concerned about leaving vulnerable people because of lack of the identity cards. Mr. Speaker, UNICEF has come to our aid they have given us, they have provided funding to make sure that poor, vulnerable people who do not have national registration cards obtain them through the Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security. We are working closely with the Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security to make sure that those who have been identified as poor and vulnerable are given national registration cards as soon as possible. As to whether our community workers, the CWACs, popularly called, do sensitize, it's one of the guidelines that as they identify, as they go out in the community to identify poor, vulnerable people, they must also find out the status of whether these families or beneficiaries do need to have national registration cards replaced. Apart from national registration card, as a minister mandated to look into the welfare of all children in the country, Mr. Speaker, I want to make mention that in 2021, soon after assuming office, I did realize that most of the children in rural areas were stateless. They didn't have birth records to ascertain whether they were Zambians or foreigners. So indeed, we have also asked our CWACs to make sure that all young children have documents to indicate their status, the birth records. I submit.
The Honourable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, thank you for your ministerial statement. It has come very timely at a time when the country grapples with hunger. Honourable Minister, I just want to find out whether this, the reintroduction of pay point managers in rural areas will apply even for the normal social cash transfer. Because, Honourable Minister, I would like to inform you that this is a big problem. The change from getting paid on the table to the phones is a big problem in the rural areas. Particular example for me, seven out of the 12 wards will have issues when these monies are audited. So is this a new policy direction for the rural areas? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable, for that suggestion or follow-up question. Yes, indeed, this applies to both programs, the social cash transfer, the traditional social cash transfer, and the emergency social cash transfer. Why have we reverted back to the rural payment, even on the regular social cash program? It's because of hunger. We are responding to the mitigations as directed by His Excellency the President. So yes, indeed, on both programs we will pay the rural model, apart from in the capital cities across the country. I submit.
The Honourable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and the Honourable Minister. Thank you very much for the candid response. Mr. Speaker, my question has been overtaken by the Honourable Member for Kalabo, but allow me just to pay kudos to the Minister for the job that is being done, especially for having increased the number of beneficiaries from the said number to 1.3 million. And we can only hope that even those, Honourable Minister, who are pregnant and who are carrying babies on their backs, as you said, who are actually victims of being left by their spouses shall benefit from the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, to respond to the congratulatory message, I say thank you.
Yes. It's good also to get encouraged when you're doing well. The Honorable Member for Lufulu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, you are doing a very good job. But I think there are certain things we need to begin bringing out. When you look at the number of people who are vulnerable in Zambia, the number is too huge. I don't know whether you've got the statistics. I think maybe you will understand me. I'm asking this question based on what I hear from the constituents, where some people complain to say, as we were left out, but we also qualify. Do you have any program that you are going, the way we've seen the number is growing, within 3 years it has grown. Do you have a program that is going to see to it that all the vulnerable but viable are catered for? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament for Lufubu. Yes, it is true. Your observation is correct that there are so many people who are poor and vulnerable, but they are not on social cash transfer. We have picked the most poor and the most vulnerable. That is the category, but now we have a database. We know who are on the verge of stepping into extreme poverty, and they are there. Earlier I said that through the Ministry of Finance, working with the Ministry of Community Development, the Ministry of Finance will give a statement on the public works for more beneficiaries. This is where that category of our vulnerable people will benefit from. So yes, indeed, we are doing something for them in the spirit of leaving no one behind as directed by His Excellency the President. Thank you.
Because this statement has generated a lot of social issues, I've added 6 minutes. The Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, there is a note that I sent you there.
The Honorable Member for Estestese.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And even if I will sound monotonous, Minister, the people of Itese would also want to join to thank the great works that your ministry is doing in this social safety net program. Minister, across Africa, everyone knows that social safety nets are quite expensive for governments, and I know that it's not easy for government to take this decision to continue increasing the number of the vulnerable people who are under these programs. Are you able to assure the nation, Minister, that as a government we remain committed and we ensure that these social protection programs will be sustained over a long period of time? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament for Iteji, for the encouraging words and your contribution. Mr. Speaker, I think there is no country in the world that wants to have poor people on these programs permanently. Our aim as the New Dawn government is to uplift our people, to take these people out of poverty as soon as possible, and to find other alternative interventions that they can be put on, such as farming, agricultural farming, fish farming, and with this other intervention coming, the public works intervention, it will encourage most of our poor, vulnerable people to earn extra income by doing some sort of work. So yes, as much as we are going to continue giving social cash transfer, we are also at the same time encouraging our people to find other livelihoods interventions, and then they would be independent for the rest of their lives. I submit.
The Honourable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, clearly everyone in this House is very happy with what your ministry is doing, including the people of Chama South. Honourable Minister, in some of these rural constituencies like mine, there are areas like Mwira, which is in Chief Chikwa, Flaza. These are areas that even now they are unreachable. And in most cases, our officers are unable to reach those areas. A lot of old women, they are highly impacted when it comes to poverty. Because, Honourable Speaker, I know you know Chama very well. You can only reach Mwira in September, October. And we have a sitting here. Now my question is, are you in a position probably to encourage our social welfare officers in these rural areas to share information with us members of parliament? Because I've tried several times to request that I know the actual beneficiaries in my constituency, so that together we should be able to help each other in terms of identifying the highly impacted members of our communities. Are you able to do that, particularly for those of us, Honourable Speaker, who come from these really disadvantaged rural areas, so that if possible we help them reach those areas? As politicians, we are able to sacrifice and reach those areas so that they capture the most marginalized. I submit, Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The observation or the contribution by the Honourable Member of Parliament is correct, and it is true. In some areas, it has been extremely difficult to reach our people, not only in your area, Honourable Member of Parliament. I'll mention a few, like Skongo, Shiwangandu. When we went to Shiwangandu in April, we were reaching this village for the very first time. It is difficult in most areas. And I understand, as Minister of Community Development and Social Services, who's mandated to implement social protection programs in the country, I understand how difficult it is. That is why I don't take kindly when I hear that these resources, when reached, are misapplied, because it has been difficult to find them. Honourable Member of Parliament, just for your comfort, in the last 2.5 years, we've managed to reach these areas, and we have put, I'm sure you agree with me, just that I've forgotten the other village, the opposite village to the village that you mentioned. We were there for the first time, and we've put people on social cash transfer for the first time this year. So I fully understand what you're talking about. And we pray to God that, I know we are not supposed to bring religion in this house, but to give us strength and courage and wisdom so that we find these people and we put them on the much needed support that they need, especially farming. In that area, when people say food for work, sometimes I keep quiet to public works, because these are areas where there is nothing to do. What can they do? So what works for people in these areas is probably farming. That's why I went further to talk about the number that we have increased on the food security pack. Traditionally, on wetlands, we have 40,000 beneficiaries, poor, vulnerable, but viable farmers. On the normal, the rain-fed food security pack, we have 200,000. Because of what you have submitted, under the emergency food security pack, we have 300,000. We have taken into these people who have never been on both social cash transfer and food security pack in rural areas. And we will make sure that the farming inputs do reach them. I submit.
Next, business. Questions for oral answer, understanding orders 80. I have to announce that by prior notice, the Infrastructure Minister is the Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics. The Honourable Member for Chilubi.
Mr. Speaker, as we continue wishing Honorable JJ quick recovery and safety, 367, Mr. Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to see the Honourable Member for Chilubi is back in the House. And he has asked the Minister of Transport and Logistics the following questions. A, whether the government has any plans to construct landing jetties to facilitate safe landing of bigger boats at the following harbors in Chilubi districts. 1, Java, 2, Muchinshi, and 3, Santa Maria. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. And C, what the estimated cost of the project is. Mr. Speaker, we answer as follows. We wish to inform this august House as follows. Answer to A, government has plans to construct new harbors and modernize the existing ones across the country, including in Chilubi district. These harbors will include all auxiliary infrastructure, such as landing jetties, slipways, passenger shelters, and warehousing facilities. B, plans will be implemented once resources are made available, as this was not provided for in the 2024 budget. Further, since the management of harbors, which includes construction of landing jetties, is in the process of being devolved to the local authorities, the government will consider making provisions for the construction of landing jetties at Java, Muchinshi, and the Santa Maria wards through the local authority working with the central government. C, the estimated cost of the project will be determined once an assessment is conducted by the central government working with the local authorities. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Supplementary questions, the Honourable Member for Chilubi.
Mr. Speaker, currently one of the reasons we are losing life is that big boats are not able to dock at the 3 harbors that have been highlighted in the question. And we continue losing lives, and I think just last week we lost about 5 people. And this is the reason why because it's only small boats that can be accommodated at the current harbour capacity. Having said that, I would like to ask the minister, since he said there is intention to make landing jets, it's just the resources that are not available. Is government considering, and now that this question would have come at the right time, is government considering to put as part of the 2025 budget allocation for those landing jets? I know that he has talked about spreading them throughout the country. Is government considering that particular option?
The Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honorable friend for that question. The development of a budget in any nation, especially Zambia, is all-encompassing. There's consultations with all stakeholders, and I would encourage him during the development of the 2025 budget to get involved, not only when the budget is already here in the House, but even before that, engaging with the relevant ministry so that he can put in a word for the inclusion of these particular facilities. As we have mentioned, this responsibility has been devolved to the local authorities, so we need to engage at all levels. So speak with the local authorities in Chilubi, but at the same time also engage here with the parent ministry to ensure that this particular item is included in the budget for the 2025. The desire of government is to ensure that these are provided. Limiting factor, as always, is the availability of resources. I've been very reluctant, Honorable Member for Chilubi, to point you to CDF, because sometimes we over-abuse CDF, because I know the costs of developing these jetties. But let us use all means possible between local authorities and the central government to ensure that some of these jetties can be put in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chilubi.
The minister did indicate there are a bit of funds, and I think he has also indicated that the local authority will well be positioned to tackle that particular task. And I do realize, I think I also buy into what the minister said, that going to CDF will be a wrong direction. And since the local authorities have a bit of funds, just possibly the equalization fund and following on the CDF, what possible funding mode in line with, in conjunction with the central government could be proposed to deal with the landing jets?
The Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics.
I'm not sure whether I got the answer fully, the question fully. Maybe you can put the last part so that I give justice to the answer, Mr. Speaker.
I can repeat. Mr. Speaker, I was asking, since the minister already indicated, which I also agree with him, that the CDF may not be the option because of the cost of the landing jets. He also indicated that there will be transfer of this task to the local government. And he also indicated the involvement of central government. I was asking the possible funding mode, because the local government can only fall on equalization fund as well as the CDF. So what would be the possible proposed funding mode that can be? Is it increment of the equalization fund, or maybe the central government will channel some resources separately to the local authorities?
The Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Mr. Speaker, all those are possibilities. Whereas, because I'm aware of the costs, some of them as high. I know that we have done or given out contracts at Lake Mweru and in Chelenge districts, 18 million kwacha and in Bangweulu, in the Zambia district, was a cost of just over 25 million. And so I know the magnitude of the costs associated with this. But if you come now to local authorities, it is right that the funding options or the sources of funds for local authorities at the moment is equalization fund and also this CDF that has come in, which really, and sometimes most of our local authorities have ignored any other sources of funding. Okay, so they look at CDF as a windfall and they have neglected to raise funds in the traditional local authority manner. Even local, I'm not just talking about Chilubi, I'm talking about local authorities all over. Whereas they could also be raising funds in the traditional way that local authorities raise funds. But maybe it's easy to fall on CDF and to supervise that. I hope that they will use CDF for the intended purposes, which is specific to constituencies, but continue and improve upon their local revenue raising mechanisms, in addition to the equalization funds of government. But having said that, whereas constructing a jetty might cost as much as 18 million kwacha or even more than that, this doesn't have to be done at once if they are using limited funds. The first year they can do this, the next year they can continue that until the whole work is concerned. But, as I said earlier, with the involvement of the minister, first of all at local authority level and also at central government level, this could be provided for within the parent ministry. It can then be allocated fully to the local authority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lufu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, when you look at Chilubi, I think it could be maybe the only constituency that was neglected by the former government, because every day there is a problem on the order paper. And when you hear the MP even said last week 5 people died, I'm sure your ministry should be able to even have all those statistics. And if 5 people died, it means the past 10 years, including the 3 years, 13 years, there is a lot of people who have died. Why has your ministry not taken this as an urgent issue in this new dawn government, which is the hope for the people of Zambia? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Mr. Speaker, you see the neglect of specific areas, especially non-urban areas. I'm trying to avoid a certain word here which might cause problems. I'm saying non-urban areas. Was really throughout the country. We can't say it was just specific to Chilubi. Even in other areas, if you go to, just mention Chelenge here, similar situations where you have waterways. You go to Chieng, you find similar sort of areas. Even in your own constituency, Chifuvu, we know we have issues with the pontoon and so on. This is what we meant by lack of development previously. Even when people claim that there was unprecedented infrastructure development. That was pure politicking, which was totally unnecessary. What should have happened is to recognize the need for us to have various forms of infrastructure, including the wetland areas. I come from a wetland area myself. I know the needs of wetland areas. So Chilubi has specific needs. I mean, if you go there, you will know that you're not dealing with an ordinary constituency. You have to understand the need of the wetland people, canals, jetties like this, slipways like the ones that we're talking about. What is key now is to begin the process of addressing this. And that's why we are inviting the Honorable Minister to get involved. And we can do everything to ensure that we facilitate that which can be facilitated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Resumption.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate and acknowledge the responses that the Minister acting has provided. Now I would like to appreciate from the Minister, since the government has plans to construct the landing jets for big boats, is he in a position also to tell the people of Chilubi if the government has the intentions also to buy big boats? Because at the moment we have one boat which is Rucherenganga boat, so that the people of Chilubi can be well informed about this development. I submit to Mr. Speaker.
The question a bit different, but you may shed light, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member, Honorable Taulo Chewe. Even though I'm acting minister, I know that this question has come on the floor of this House. The number of boats that service Chilubi Island, especially from Zambia. But to get a comprehensive answer on that question as to whether boats can be increased and so on, I think I would humbly request that they put in a separate question and we'll address that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Bangweulu. It's not here. Okay. Let's make progress. Wengwa, the Honorable Member for Wengwa.
Good, thank you so much, Honorable Mr. Speaker. Minister, thank you very much for your responses. Minister, this is a clear indication that our people here in this country were really neglected by the former regime. And if you look at these three landing jetties which have not been worked on, I think if in the last 20 or 30 years, it's really very embarrassing. And our people in Chilubi have really suffered enough. Imagine last 20 years, last 10 years of PF, nothing has been done in that area. And now we are in UPND. Minister, yes, what measures, temporary measures, are you going to put in place so that our lovely people of Chilubi can find at least some landing jetties where they can be managing to landing from safely, so that we don't continue losing lives? Because if we lost 5 people, imagine, or if we lost 5 lives last week, then just calculate how many lives have been lost in the last 10 years of PF rule. Please help us so that the people can be encouraged and can have hope that the new Dawn government is really doing something for the people of Zambia. Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Mr. Speaker, let me assure the Honorable Member for Wengwa that the new Dawn government looks at the whole country as one. And not a single constituency will be neglected. When we campaigned for so many years to seek the support of Zambians to put us into office, we always emphasized that we shall take development and the service to the people equitably. And that's why we have said, and we understand the need for the wetland areas, the need for these jetties. We also understand the need for dredgers to ensure that our people canalways are created and so on. So with respect to what you have said about the emergency measures, we ask that our own people, ministry, as well as the local authority, do inspect the areas to make sure that temporary measures are put in place. It's not always that you must always have a functioning jetty to make it safe. There are ways in which they can make some of these places safe so that we do not suffer any further loss of our people. It would sadden this caring new dawn government if that was to happen. So our ministry people, as well as the local authority in Chilubi, will be asked to have a look to see what can be done whilst we are waiting for full resources to ensure safety at those jetties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next question. By prior notice, the Honorable Minister of Water and the Environment is the Acting Minister of Tourism. The Honorable Member Paul Vansenshe.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask a question on behalf of the good people of Rubansinch and the Zambian at large. 368.
The Acting Minister of Tourism.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member of Parliament asks the Minister, A, whether the government has any plans to relocate people from the following villages in Isangano National Park to avert human-animal conflict: Yakobo, Munungwa, Niemba, and Kasunga. And B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. C, where the affected people will be resettled. And D, if there are no such plans, why? Mr. Speaker, the answer to the first question is that the people living in Yakobo, Munungwa, Niemba, and Kasunga villages in Isangano National Park are illegal settlers, and the ministry acknowledges that there's heavy encroachment in the park, contrary to Part 3, Section A18, subsection 1 of the Zambia Wildlife Act number 14 of 2015. These illegal settlements have contributed significantly to the reduction of wildlife numbers in the park, apart from various migratory species and water beds. The ministry has not received, Mr. Speaker, any reports on human-wildlife conflict in the area. You may also wish to note that Isangano National Park is located in the northern circuit, which is earmarked for tourism development. However, government cannot immediately locate these illegal settlers as logistical arrangements with all relevant government institutions and departments are being made. Mr. Speaker, the answer to the Part B is that as alluded to in A, logistical arrangements with all relevant government institutions and departments are being made to relocate the illegal settlers. Part C, the settlements of the affected people will be determined by the Department of Resettlement once all logistical arrangements have been put in place. Mr. Speaker, therefore D is not applicable. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Supplementary questions. The Honourable Member for Chilubi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since Isangano National Park is involved and Isangano National Park falls within Chiruvi and shared between Chiruvi and Rubansenshi, I want to ask the minister whether he knows that they are already gazetted government institutions in part of the Isangano National Park, and the negotiations going on to actually rectify that so that the boundaries of the park can be enshrined properly. Maybe if that the minister can comment on that particular issue, especially that they are already gazetted government institutions like schools, clinics, and others in the part of Isangano National Park, specifically Chishua Ward.
The Acting Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much to the Member of Parliament for that very, very important question. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform him that similar things, settlers settling in forest reserves was the order of the day, just like settlements in game management areas as well as game parks. You do not have to look very far, you just have to see what's happening in the Mumbwa Game Reserve area just a few kilometers from here. I think the practice of even constructing institutions, government institutions in national parks or in gazetted forests, really, as a New Dawn government, we are discouraging it. For those institutions which are already in game management areas, for example, and protected forests, those government institutions, the land on which these government institutions are sitting, these are the areas where we are encouraging gazettation. However, for settlers and those intending to settle in these protected areas, this government really discourages this practice. I'm speaking like this, Mr. Speaker, because I'm the former Minister of Green Economy and Environment, and we faced similar situations. So I'd encourage the Minister of the Honorable Member, sorry for promoting you, sir, the Honorable Member of Chiruvi, to really discourage our people, from going into these game management areas, these national parks, these protected forests. And all of these forests really ecologically sensitive. They are very, very ecologically sensitive. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rubansenshi.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the good people of Rubansenshi constituency, I would like to shed more light that in the game reserve in question, people are already there, and the government has been constructing various infrastructure, and we still have a lot of areas where we need to do more in terms of construction of schools, health facilities, name them. And the government is encouraging that we should continue working together and look at the welfare of the people. Now, the response from the minister is saying we should discourage doing all sorts of things because these are protected areas. Now, maybe my people may wish to know, Honorable Minister, are you in the position to visit Isangano Game Park together with members of Parliament for Chiruvi and Rubansenshi and engage the people on the ground so that we can ascertain the boundary, because that is key for me as we are taking development to visit areas so that people of Isangano are not left out. Remember, there is issue of taking electricity there. We would love to waste resources. At the end of the day, find that these facilities will not be entertained. I wish to find out from the minister how willing is he to accompany the members of Parliament and face the people on the ground. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Acting Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I really sympathize with my fellow members of Parliament. This is a very, very difficult subject. And I want to state very clear that before coming to this house, I consulted very widely with the Minister of Tourism, and basically we are on the same page. You may also wish to know that ministries of Green Economy, Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, Minister of Tourism, these are basically ministries which will thrive more when there's a good environmental protection. You cannot have a healthy tourism sector without a healthy environmental sector. Mr. Speaker, a joint visit with the Minister of Tourism and the MPs is very, very necessary. And if we are to be on the same platform, I would encourage the Member of Parliament to really, maybe I would even commit the Minister of Tourism that he will be very glad to go with you, but to really talk to our people and discourage them from occupying these game management areas, these national parks, these protected forests. Mr. Speaker, you do not have to look far. Climate change effects are devastating us right now. We are food insecure. We do not produce enough food, mainly because our people are encroaching on very ecologically sensitive areas. Mr. Speaker, we are experiencing energy insecurity. Most of these areas, the game parks themselves, the GMAs themselves, the protected forests themselves, again, are sources of rivers. These are the ones which make our rivers flow. So our people must not really be occupying or encroaching these areas. Mr. Speaker, this message, tough as it may be, and as again I said, I sympathize very much with my fellow members of Parliament, we must put it across to our people. We must be very clear that the effects of climate change we are currently experiencing are as a result of human-induced activities. The ones in Zambia, it's ourselves. We need to ensure that we live in this environment, utilize this natural capital in a sustainable manner. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to say this. Minister, the issue of, first and foremost, it's sad that they said National Park is one of, I think, the most depleted park we have in the nation, and we need to restock it as a nation. Then in addition to that, Minister, we need to understand and acknowledge that now, where we are going, the population of Zambia has increased. When we had those national parks, I think we are somewhere like 4 million, we're at 20 million now, meaning the settlers, people are settling now in the national parks, and some like myself have surrendered the village to the animals. It's the other way around. My village, which was one of the biggest villages by then, the area was called Petauke. We surrendered it to animals, and now the elephants where I was born. So now, if you go to Mfuwe, you've seen the setup of Mfuwe. Mfuwe itself, the crop where we call cropping, where my minister from Eastern Province comes from, there are animals there. Even if you go on 16 hours, 18 hours, you see the animals. Minister, do you have any plans to see to it that as people who are living in these so-called parks, because we were born there, sure they were declared in the national parks, we've grown up there, born there, and the animals are there. Do you have a plan to come up with the way it is in Mfuwe, or it is, I think you have moved, do you know how it is in Serengeti, Masai Mara? People live with animals, and they have separated where animals feed and where people are by the mayor of putting a fence, which I know you are saying from the executive, you have been saying can't fence it off, but countries where where business tourism is flourishing, they have fenced up those areas. Do you have a plan to see to it that we train ourselves as Zambians that we can live side by side with animals? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, the question was quite restrictive because it spoke to specific areas where the minister was supposed to respond. Now, you've opened it. I don't know, maybe the minister, the acting minister can respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I again understood this question quite well, and I think I'm able to answer it. Having been again in the seat where I was, because we worked very, very closely with the Minister of Tourism, Minister of Energy, and Minister of Agriculture, because we are all operating in the same environment. And I also acknowledge that we need to strike a balance, ourselves occupying those forests, those GMAs, and the animals occupying the same space. And I must state very clearly here, Mr. Speaker, that the human-animal conflict will only increase. With this drought now, the watering holes have dried up. Some of the watering holes are near where animals live, where humans live. So the conflicts will only increase. I'm aware that the Minister of Tourism and ourselves, we are trying to map these areas. We need to clearly map areas where animals will have complete jurisdiction as well as the people. Fencing, indeed, is one way, because I saw this reality in Chama South. In Chama South, where the animals really are devastating the population there, eating their crops and really killing some of our people. Mr. Speaker, we are also trying as much as possible to discourage our people to really go inside these GMAs, these game parks, these protected forests. We need to strike a balance. And I can assure you that as this government, I think my ministry, Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, as well as the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock, we are coming up with measures, including constructing watering holes for the wild animals, including providing water for the domestic animals. So this is basically to reduce human life conflict so that the animals are also confined in their space. Mapping of these areas clearly is an intervention we are coming up with. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable Member for Resumption.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. The issue at hand, Mr. Speaker, is really heavy, looking at it, which looks at the welfare of the people. People need to survive, Mr. Speaker, that's a fact. And since the government has no plans to tell these people to leave or to vacate, meaning that people will continue living in these areas, and that's why issues to do with the schools, clinics, and the other important facilities are needed. Now, I would like to find out how soon the government will go to sensitize the people, because, Mr. Speaker, for any information, people are not aware that they are in the national park in the first place, and that's why even the population, just like my last speaker talked about, is keep on increasing. And on paper, it's showing that it's a national park, but the population keep on increasing. Now, my question is, when are you visiting these people and do sensitization so that people can be able to understand and know the way forward? I submit to Mr. Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that very important question. As to exactly when the people will be relocated, I think I would leave that answer to the substantive minister. I'll pass over the question. But I would like to state very, very clearly here, with no fear of any contradictions, that illegal settlement in these areas will be discouraged. Mr. Speaker, as Minister of Water Development and Sanitation, I'm also coming to this House, and obviously to give notice to our people that recharge areas, river sources, river banks, minimum distances as prescribed by law should be observed, and that there will be sanctions going forward. Mr. Speaker, water utilities right now cannot produce enough water for our people because some facilities, some water facilities are drying up. So we need to discourage encroachment in these areas. And we need to unite, first of all, as members of parliament, but as a public, the public as a whole, to discourage our people from encroaching these ecologically sensitive areas. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Itestezi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And a follow-up question to the Minister. Minister, if you went to Sangano National Park, you'll find that these settlers, there is even a leadership system. There are headmen there. They will even show you the letters of consent on how they settled in those areas. So I'm thinking we need to also start having very honest conversations on the root cause of this problem. Who admits these people? Because these areas, they are under jurisdiction of some leadership. Who admits these people, and how are we addressing the root cause of this problem? Thank you.
The Acting Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important question. I have not been to Isangano National Park, but Mr. Speaker, I've been to Kafue National Park. Similar situation. In Kafue National Park, Mr. Speaker, there are headmen there. There are chiefs who've installed headmen in these national parks. There are chiefs who've installed headmen in protected forests. These are illegal activities, and illegal activities, Mr. Speaker, should be discouraged. Long gone are the days when any government would look away while illegal activities are being carried out. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that these illegal activities, particularly in land allocation, land encroachments, previous governments have looked away, and they've made this problem very, very, very big. I don't think the solution is to look away now. The solution is to ensure that we tackle this problem head on. It is a very, very big problem. Encroachment is a big problem. With this climate crisis we are facing, with this punishing drought we are facing, we cannot afford to look away while our natural capital is not being sustainably utilized. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honourable Member for Pemba.
Thank you so much. Honourable Minister, like you have rightly indicated, there is always an entry point, and in this case, the headmen allowing those game reserve and the chiefs. Now, my question, Honourable Minister, is do we have any deliberate program to sensitize the headmen around those areas and, of course, the chiefs so that this encroachment can be halted in the near future? Thank you.
The Acting Minister of Tourism.
Again, very, very important question, Mr. Speaker. Sensitization. We have carried out various sensitization activities, Mr. Speaker. But I think one way to resolve this problem is to sensitize our people. The other way is to ensure that we utilize the law. The law does not allow illegal encroachment, illegal occupation of these lands. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member of Parliament who was asked this question comes from Pemba. And I'll tell you that one of the biggest issues Southern Water has to resolve right now is production of water from a reservoir which is drying. Right now, the huge challenge of water from Pemba. All of these things are as a result of, first of all, land degradation, deforestation, encroachments. These are practices which we must resolve. Further, Mr. Speaker, when I come to the House, I'll inform the House of a lot of areas where springs, streams, rivers are drying up. One way to ensure that we mitigate the negative effects of climate change is to protect these ecosystems, to protect these forests, to protect the environment. Mr. Speaker, I said that if you do not protect the environment will harm you. The reality is within us. We cannot continue in the same manner. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Notice of motion. The Honorable Member for Mabashe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Youth, Sport and Child Matters on the drug, substance abuse among the youth in Zambia for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on the 19th June 2024.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Seconded by the Honorable Member for Mapatizia. The question is that this House adopts a report of the Committee on Youth, Sport and Child Matters on drug and substance abuse among youths in Zambia for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th June 2024. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Bambashe.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 209 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2024, the committee did undertake the study tour on the drug and substance abuse among the youth in Zambia. Mr. Speaker, during the study, the committee did interact with several stakeholders who rendered both written and oral submission before it. Allow me now to highlight a few of the committee's findings on the premise that the honorable members have had the time to read the report. Mr. Speaker, the first issue that I will address is the inadequate number of treatment and rehabilitation centers in the country. These are essential centers where youths who are involved in drug and substance abuse may receive treatment and rehabilitation services. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, the committee strongly recommends that the government should consider increasing the number of treatment and rehabilitation centers in the country. This will lead to effective treatment and rehabilitation services for the many youths who are suffering from the effects of drug and substance abuse. Mr. Speaker, the committee notes that not much has been done by successful governments in terms of providing public awareness on the effects of drug and substance abuse, especially among the youth in the country. What is even more worrying, Mr. Speaker, is that some community members are not willing to cooperate with relevant drug and substance abuse prevention officers and are ready to shield notable members of the community who engage in the consumption and sale of drugs to our youth. Mr. Speaker, the committee strongly recommends that the government should consider strengthening public awareness and sensitization programs on the effects of drugs, on the effects of the abuse of drugs and other related substances. Communities must also be made aware of their roles in the prevention of drugs and substance abuse and on the important role played by the drug and the substance prevention officers. Mr. Speaker, the committee had made the chance to tour a number of districts in order to ascertain the extent of drug and substance abuse among the youths. During the tour, the committee observed with concern that the problem of drug and substance abuse is widespread, and if not attended to, the scourge is likely to escalate to unmanageable levels. Mr. Speaker, as we are speaking, we had an interaction in Chawama, where your committee was meant to a very unworrying circumstance, where a father a polygamist is living in one room with 2 wives, and he's made a bunker bed. He's sleeping on top of the bunker bed with 2 wives, and he has a 19-year-old daughter and a 17-year-old daughter sleeping under the bunker bed. This matter is very worrying, and it must be dealt with the speed that it deserves. Mr. Speaker, as also worrying is that the Drug Enforcement Commission does not have the presence in all the districts in the country, a situation which contributing to the perpetuation of drugs and substance abuse among the youth. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that the government should deliberately consider establishing offices of the Drug Enforcement Commission in every district in the country. This will minimize the cases of drug and substance abuse among our youth. Mr. Speaker, Section 27 and 29 and 36 of the Liquor Licensing Act number 20 of the 2011 provides for prohibition of the sale of liquor outside the permitted hours. The Act also restricts the sale of liquor to the children. Unfortunately, the committee observes that there is a lack of compliance with these provisions of the law. In most communities in our country, alcohol is easily accessible to young people at any time of the day. In order to curb the growing trend of alcohol abuse among our youths, Mr. Speaker, the committee strongly recommends that the government, through the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, should ensure that the law is upheld and enforced to regulate the times at which liquor can be sold and also the sale to the underage patronage. Mr. Speaker, I wish to appeal to the executive to study and implement the recommendations contained in the committee's report in order to address the unfortunate growing trend of drug and substance abuse among the youth in the country. Let me also appeal to all the honorable members of this august House to support the committee's report. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank all the stakeholders who appeared before the committee and tendered written and oral submission. I also wish to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly for the guidance and the support rendered during the committees throughout the session. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Does the seconder wish to speak now or later? The honourable member from Mapatizia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second that this House do adopt the report on the Committee on Youth, Sports and Child Matters on the drug and substance abuse among the youth in Zambia for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table on the 18th of June 2024. Mr. Speaker, in seconding this motion, allow me to make a few comments. Mr. Speaker, on the closure of the Zambia National Service Youth Rehabilitation Centers, the Zambian National Service Youth Rehabilitation Centers, from the time they have been closed, we are not sure when, but in the past, it has seen, the youths have seen a problem because we don't have enough rehabilitation centers. The ones which are there are all private rehabilitation centers. And these training facilities were really of help to the youth in this current era of these substance abuses. These drugs, Mr. Speaker, are coming in all different kinds and shades, because some are not inhaled, some are just stuck on the skin. We have seen a lot of emergency of these new drugs which are all not even listed on the prohibited drugs by the government. Therefore, if these drugs are not identified, even if they use go for testing. We have seen a lot of other problems. One of them are coming because of the lack of funding. You know, when there's not enough funding, we went to, like the mover mentioned earlier, to Kamwala. We found an overcrowded rehabilitation center. And they indicated that they are only getting 5,000 kwacha per year as funding through the Ministry of Community Development. These funds, Mr. Speaker, are not enough. Therefore, you find that the youths, they are brought to these rehabilitation centers. Later, they are released back into the community because the facilities don't have enough funds to keep them there. And there's nowhere to take them because subsequently the rehabilitation centers have been closed. Therefore, we are urging government, Mr. Speaker, that as a recommendation from the committee, that they should increase resources to these rehabilitation centers. Mr. Speaker, the emergency of these new drugs should really be looked into. We see a lot of illicit drugs, like even in Sunko, which is commonly consumed by all ages, because you find that in the old times, the Sunko was abused by, or it was being used by the elders. But these elders...
What is Sunko?
That is snuff tobacco.
What?
The one you sniff, the tobacco you sniff. Yeah, it's commonly known as Sunko, Mr. Speaker.
Who sniffs it, women or men? Both.
Both, in this case, even children, Mr. Speaker, and right now they are modifying it. Even we were told that they are even using compound D fertilizer as one of the ingredients, which is quite unfortunate. And these are the drugs which are not listed, like I earlier alluded to, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, we are urging government really to look into this drug abuse problem, because it is really a problem which we have seen escalating. These are children who are growing up into the working class. And Mr. Speaker, you agree with me that some of the children who have been smoking in Sunko have graduated into elderly, working class men and women still sniffing the same. You just see a funny behavior and you realize what have they taken, but it will not show because it's not listed on the illicit drugs by government. Having said these few points, Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Honourable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. From the onset, allow me to appreciate the mover of the motion, Honourable Member for Pambashie, and indeed the seconder of the motion, the Honourable Member for Mapatizia. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree, as I support this motion, that indeed drug abuse in our country, not only in Zambia, but worldwide, has become a very, very major concern. Mr. Speaker, drug abuse affects three types of groups. Mr. Speaker, the person himself who abuses the drugs is highly affected, and that does not only end up there. The families, Mr. Speaker, are also affected, and indeed the communities at large are also affected. Mr. Speaker, I want to pick on 7 salient matters that affects the drug abuse. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to health problems, today in Zambia we are seeing a lot of ailments that are caused by drug abuse. And some of them, Mr. Speaker, because of the high level of intoxication or high level of alcohol percentage, today young ones are suffering from ailments such as liver failure. They are also suffering from respiratory problems, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is leading to mental disorder in a lot of our children and of the elderly in our country today. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that is causing drug abuse negative ramification is actually the social problems. Mr. Speaker, drug abuse can actually lead to family conflicts. We have seen a lot of families, Mr. Speaker, being broken today. We have seen of children who imbibe or who participate in drugs killing their own parents. Families are in disarray because of drug abuse. Mr. Speaker, also, the other issue is the economic problems. Today, as early as 6 hours, Mr. Speaker, you find that children who must be actively participating in the economic drive of our country are totally drunk or rubbish drunk. This is also contributing because of the drug abuse that is on the increase. Mr. Speaker, also in the increased income is one of also the negative ramification of drug abuse. And this is linked to a lot of activities such as criminal activities and also theft and drug trafficking. Today, people have taken drug abuse as a business. We have heard on several social medias or on several print medias where people are now actively participating without fear, Mr. Speaker, in drug abuse, drug trafficking, and otherwise. Also, Mr. Speaker, the other negative ramification is the social isolation. These people who participate in drugs, Mr. Speaker, you find that sometimes they look like zombies. As they take these drugs, they isolate themselves. They go deep in thinking, not knowing what they will intend to do next. This is also affecting the family setups, Mr. Speaker. The other thing that is affecting children in our country or drug abuse is the psychological problem. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very big issue that can lead to actually depression, anxiety, and sometimes the people who abuse drugs actually contemplate suicide and actually commit suicide because of drug abuse. Mr. Speaker, the biggest thing also, because of drug abuse, we are in the midst of the HIV and AIDS pandemic, and this is also one of the issues that comes from drug abuse. As I agree with the mover of the motion, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the government, as he has said, that this is the time for government actually to improve on the infrastructure of these institutions that are supposed to be rehabilitated centers. Go to the Copper Belt today, Mr. Speaker. The entire Copper Belt has only one psychiatric point, and this is Ndola Central, the Ndola Teaching Hospital. They were constructing a new modern psychiatric, which has taken long. I want to urge the government, through the Minister of Health, and of course in collaboration with the Minister of Finance, to ensure that they quickly rehabilitate this or complete this institution. Because even when you are trying to rehabilitate people, but if you are putting them in an unsanitary condition, the place that is so sanitary for them to rehabilitate, it becomes a challenge. Mr. Speaker, I also want to urge government through the local government, government minister, that it's hard time that they start doing their work through the local authorities. It's amazing. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, people start drinking opaque beer or all sorts of beer as early as 8 hours. What is it that we are trying to do? Is encouraging. We want the local authorities to take their role and to up the game to ensure that the law is followed to the latter in terms of opening the bars and in terms of allowing people who are eligible to enter in these bars. To make matters worse, Mr. Speaker, today, when you find people drinking chiwuku or any other opaque beer, it is strange that there is a drug which they are adding to this chiwuku, which is called atan. This drug, Mr. Speaker, is the drug that is administered on the people who abuse drugs, who are taken to the psychiatric centers for them to be diffused to act normally. But this is the drug that is being added to chiwuku. One wonders where they are getting this drug. The mover has encouraged the government to go deep and ensure that all this is unearthed, because this drug is a strictly drug which can only be found in the custody of Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, because of drug abuse, today our children have got no respect for elders. Today our children are dressing like they don't want to dress, like they are being forced to dress, with their trousers actually hanging in their buttocks. Today our children have got no respect
They want to come and knock when the parents are asleep, which is strange, which we never used to do. Today the children will knock on the door of the parents when mom and dad are sleeping. And if they hesitate to open, they'll go and knock right at the window of the bedroom and tell them to wake up and come and open for him. Today, the children, if mom has not left Nshima for him, he will make sure that the mother wakes up and cooks Nshima for the child. The reason, Mr. Speaker, drug abuse. Strangely, Mr. Speaker, children, after the late president sold houses, today is very fun in some of the constituencies, including my constituencies, where children are actually wishing their mothers, their fathers dead, so that they can remain with the houses. The reason, drug abuse. So indeed, as I support this move, I want to urge government to move quickly and ensure that bars are not opened on the wrong time, to ensure that only people who are eligible to go in bars are the people that can go in the bars, including the famous Nsunko or snuff, which was actually alluded to by the second of the motion. I believe, though we don't discuss ourselves, if there is anyone amongst ourselves who snuffs Nsunko, it's that time that we stop, because actually it has negative ramifications to your health. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for allowing the good people of Ron to participate in the motion. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Momba.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under 4 minutes, let me thank the mover of the motion, Honourable Chidote, and the seconder, Honourable Munashabantu, and just to put it on the record, Mr. Speaker, that I do support the report. In supporting the report, Mr. Speaker, two few things I note. One is the advocacy of the laws, especially the liquor license. The committee has indicated, Mr. Speaker, the challenges. One of them is that the councils don't have the capacity. And in agreeing to that, Mr. Speaker, how I wish we can also at this time involve the traditional leaders in the fight against this vice, drug abuse and alcohol. Mr. Speaker, you will see also that under this report, the committee, when doing their local tours, Mr. Speaker, they only confined themselves in the compounds. They didn't travel going out like in the rural areas, something which they should have done. Because now, you find, why do I say the traditional leaders, Mr. Speaker? The traditional leaders, they play a very critical role. Because the local councils, the local authorities, as we all know, they don't have the capacity to implement and monitor these provisions of the law, Mr. Speaker. So to some extent, I want to encourage maybe this committee that the next time maybe they look at this issue, they should also go in the rural areas. Mr. Speaker, the rural areas are very special to us as members of parliament, especially myself who come from the rural areas. If this fight continues, Mr. Speaker, in the next 20, 30 years, this country will be struggling to have food on the table. Because, as the previous speaker was mentioning, you'll find that our youth as early as 0405, 7 hours, 9 hours, we saw it under Mitete last week. Mitete was complaining. Chingamute was complaining, Honorable Chingamute was complaining. By 8, 9 hours, our youths are drunk. Now you can imagine if we leave this to continue, Mr. Speaker, these are the people who are supposed to wake up early in the morning to go in the fields, to cultivate. And if we leave this, next time we'll not be talking about drought. Next time we'll not be talking about these El Nino things. There will be plenty rains and the like, but we'll not have labor. Because our youth now, this is what they are specializing, Mr. Speaker. So I thought I should put it on record. Growing up, Mr. Speaker, I'm not ashamed to mention that I'm one of those where my mother used to brew gankata. That is 7 days. And I used to sell it. And not because we could not manage. Mr. Speaker, we had a lot of animals. But my mother still more used to brew gankata, and I would stand behind those drums to sell that beer. But you find, I think, as one of the member of parliament for Mitete mentioned, you know, it never did have this, the gankata never have these effects which we are seeing now. So, and there was modality in terms of who were taking. You never see the young ones because there was order. Mr. Speaker, even my headmaster, my former headmaster, if he was to see me carrying a container of gankata, because my father was sending me to go and buy. I know that immediately I reached at school, I was going to be punished. And just because of that fear, there was that fear for everyone, especially the youth, the young ones, to indulge in this substance abuse. So I wanted just to encourage the committee and this house that if it is possible, we need seriously going forward to look at how do we engage our traditional leaders, the chiefs and the headmen, to ensure that there is law and order by caging this vice going forward. So, Mr. Speaker, as I promised, under 4 minutes, I wanted just to emphasize the critical role which we are overlooking, and that is the role of the traditional leaders in what they can play to somehow manage this vice, Mr. Speaker. I'm not more of an urban person. I want to talk more about the rural areas. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I want to support the report, and thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Rwena.
Thank you very much,
Order.
Mr. Speaker.
As the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for health break.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. Business of the House has been suspended for a 20-minute health break, and so we expect business to resume at 17 hours. And at the time business was being suspended on the floor of the House was Luena, Member of Parliament, about to start debating the report of the Committee on Youth, Sport and Child Matters on Drug and Substance Abuse among the youths in Zambia for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th June 2024. A motion that has been moved by Pambashe, Member of Parliament, Mr. Ronald Chitotela, and it has been seconded by Mapatizia, Member of Parliament, Ms. Imelda Munashabanto. And so, when business resumes at 17 hours, we expect Luena, Member of Parliament, to debate this report.
Yes, indeed, and so when business resumed this afternoon at 14:30 hours, Mr. Speaker did make 2 announcements, and thereafter he did permit the Minister of Community Development and Social Services to render a ministerial statement on the drought shock response intervention. So right now we take a break. We'll be back at 17 hours, continue watching Parliament Television as we continue to bring Parliament closer to you. Good afternoon.
Honorable Engineer Rafa Mavenga, Member of Parliament for Mwabezi. I'm 68 years old. I'm married, got 7 children. Started school at Sejamba Primary School. From there I went to Bwina. From Bwina I went to Sesheke Secondary School. After Sesheke Secondary School I went to Copper Belt, which is called now Copper Belt University, to do engineering. From there I was sponsored by the British Council to go to UK to continue with the studies up to master's degrees. There when I finished, I worked for Ndola City Council for 12 years. I rose up to assistant city engineer. From Ndola I went to Botswana. I worked for the Botswana government as an advisor there, and I rose up to the position of principal roads engineer. I was involved in training and the building of roads. I worked there for 8 years. From there I came back to Zambia to set up the road sector. When the road sector reform started, that is involved the road development agents, road transport and safety agents, National Council for Construction, and National Road Fund Agents. National Road Fund Agents, I was the pioneer chief executive officer. I worked there for 8 years up to 2010. From there, I went to Uganda to work as an advisor to the government there in the road sector. From Uganda, I worked in Malawi to actualize the Decentralization Act. Thereafter, I did some consultants again in Eswatini. From there, I came back to continue to do my own construction work which I've been doing up to now. Thereafter, I became an MP in 2021 for Mulawezi constituency. My Mulawezi constituency is a very vast area. It has got 9 wards, sparsely populated, and it requires to be split into 2 constituencies. Too big. It has got minerals, it has got tourism potential, but because there are no roads, so investors are reluctant to go there. It's not accessible. Surrounded by Mwandi, Sesheke, Senanga, Wampa, Tombola. Those are the areas surrounding Mulawezi. It's a vast area. The developmental agenda is to ensure that Mulawezi we have a good road network. We have Simungoma, Wampa, Kasempa Road, which I want that road to be tarred. So once we open up, once we have a road, then we shall start seeing development. Also want to ensure that the feeder roads are also opened up. Also want to ensure that the train, the only means of transport which is very reliable and cheap, Mulawezi train, I would like to see that Mulawezi tracks are upgraded or revamped. Want this Mulawezi train to move from Mulawezi to, it must continue all the way to Namibia. That's my vision. And also I like to see that we are working together to develop Mulawezi with my people. My last words of people of Mulawezi that we should work together. The time for politicking is gone. We are now developing our country, developing our constituency. We need to work together. The money is there for CDF, the money is there under ECC. Now it's up to us to work together and ensure that that poverty which we had, it must come to an end. People must apply for that money. We have got grants, we have got loans, so that we nap the poverty in the bud. So that's my last word to Mulawezi, that we should work together and develop the country. Time for politicking is gone.
My name is Gordon Mwila. I'm the Member of Parliament for Mufulira Central Constituency under the Patriotic Front ticket. So I'm born and bred in Mufulira, did my schooling in Mufulira, and went to university in Kitwe. By profession, I am a chartered accountant, and I did work in my professional career as an accountant for a period spanning about 20 years before quitting formal employment and joining politics. I'm a family man. I'm married, and I've got 3 children, 2 girls and 1 boy. Okay, so Mufulira Central Constituency is one of the 3 constituencies in Mufulira district. Records show that it was created as a constituency in 1954, and between 1954 and independence in 1964 there were about 2 members of parliament who served, and then in 1964 to date I happen to be the 11th member of parliament to serve in that constituency. The constituency has got 10 wards, from Ward 1 to Ward 10. So we serve with, I serve with 10 councillors, and the constituency itself is located on the southern part of Mufulira district. So in terms of development, we have quite a loaded agenda. There are so many areas and so many sectors that we need to address and look at to better the lives of our people in the constituency. For this term, for this coming 5 years while I serve as Member of Parliament, one of the things that we are prioritizing is the road infrastructure, the township roads. The place has expanded. You know, as a constituency, we have got areas which have been opened up, people have built houses, they are residing there, but we have a big problem with the road network. The roads are in bad state, and especially when you look at this current season, the rainy season, you know, it is very, very difficult to even use some of the roads. So, one of the items on our development agenda is to make sure that we improve on the road network. We have to use all the means possible, including seeking help from the central government and also from our local funding, the Constituency Development Fund, and working together with the local authority so that we make our township roads passable and usable. So that is one of the items in terms of development. The other areas of development we need to look at is the education sector. We need to improve education facilities. As you have seen now, in this year we are talking about, you know, free education from secondary school, grade 8 to grade 12, even primary, because even little monies that people would pay previously, like 10 kwacha PTA contribution, all those have been scrapped off. So schools have been overwhelmed. So this has just opened up our eyes and thinking to say we have a lot of people that want to attend school, but the infrastructure is not adequate. So we are going to work to ensure that we improve the infrastructure for education so that as many learners as possible can be absorbed. We are also looking at having a boarding school, in fact the first ever in our district, which is going to be located in our constituency, Mufulira Central constituency. Progress has been made. This is one of the schools that the government is going to build across the country, funded by the World Bank, and we are going to see that school come into our constituency. Our idea in order to help the government, you know, increase capacity on that school, while the funding from the World Bank comes to put up the classrooms and the admins, we as the local people are going to look for funding from our CDF and other sources to ensure that we put up boarding facilities. So we are going to have a boarding school in Mufulira, the first of its kind, and you know, we are excited and everyone is excited because now our children will not have to go out of town to go to a boarding school. So that is one area in terms of education sector. The health sector also needs support. The population has increased, and what we need now is to improve on the infrastructure that provides health services. So there is already, as I came into office, there is one structure which was started as a district hospital, and based on the assessment from the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing, we are told that in its state it's about 65% complete. So we have to push to ensure that the hospital facility is complete 100%, and then our people will have not to crowd in the only district hospital that we have in Kamchanga. So we are going to ensure that that district hospital is completed and becomes functional. And at the same time, we are happy that, you know, last year a mini hospital was started to be constructed in one of our wards, in the Wananina ward, and that mini hospital, as we are talking now, is at 95, if not just shy of 100% complete. So very soon that mini hospital will be commissioned, and it will help very much the people in Wananina ward, because they will not have to travel 5 kilometers to get to the nearest hospital. So we are excited also about that development. The other area also we need to look at, you know, is to keep our youth and women busy. And in this case, what I'm thinking about is, can we give them skills in order for them to find employment? We will not talk about factories or industries to be set up in the constituency, but of course, when we empower someone with skills, they will be able to either look for employment themselves or even do, find their own, businesses, do their own work without necessarily getting into formal employment. So that is one way we're going to keep our youth busy. We don't want to waste that human resource. The population of the youth across the country is very high, and the Mufulira Central constituency is not an exception. So the way we are going to support them is to fund their training needs, identify their training needs and fund them. We have the Constituency Development Fund now, so we want to apply as much as possible of that money to ensure that our youth are empowered with skills. Thereafter, they themselves will be looking for jobs, private jobs and even informal employment, to keep them busy, to keep them away from doing other vices. Women as well, not to be left out. Our mothers, hold this country together, and they are very willing, to improve on their livelihood and their economic well-being. But most of them, what they lack is support in terms of capital. So we've encouraged all of them now, to form cooperatives, and now that the process has been done, majority of them belong to at least to a cooperative. We are now just waiting to see how we finalize in terms of their empowerment, so that they can also have a fair share of the empowerment fund that is coming under the Constituency Development Fund. So we are quite busy. I think those are the highlights in terms of the development agenda that we are looking forward to implementing in the next coming 5 years. My word to the constituents of Mufulira Central is simply to get involved. You see, people tend to relax once they vote into office, the member of parliament or the councillor. They relax and they expect that the MP together with the councillors will just be waking up and agree on what to do. But my approach, and which actually is the approach that the government has taken, is decentralization. As a member of parliament, working together with my 10 councillors, we will not be bringing developmental programs that will not have been endorsed by the constituents. So my appeal to the members of Mufulira Central, the residents of Mufulira Central, is to get involved in the development programs. And the way they should get involved, the starting point is to know who is part of this development. The member of parliament is one of them. Of course, a number of people will know me. Councillors, a number of people will know them. But we have one key group that people must identify with and know, the ward development committees. So my word to the constituencies, know in each of the area that you live, in the wards that you are located, know who are the members of the ward development committees, because any proposals that you would want to make in terms of development programs has to go through the ward development committee. The ward development committee has to sit and evaluate, then push it forward to the constituency and then the district and then to Saka when we get the final approval. So please get involved. When the WDCs, the ward development committees, call for meetings to get submissions from the members of the community, please don't shun those meetings, because that is where development starts from. Don't shun the meetings, attend, make your views known, make your submissions, and of course, once you submit, we will subject them to evaluation and prioritize them, but to definitely see that whatever development projects that will be happening will have the blessing of the community. So please get involved, let's support each other, support me, the member of parliament, support all our councillors, support the ward development committees, and together we will ensure that we better the lives of our people in the constituency.
Good afternoon. You're still watching Parliament television. At the time, business was suspended at 16:40 hours for a 20-minute health break. On the floor of the House was Luena, Member of Parliament, Mr. Movita Anakoka, who was about to start debating the report of the Committee on Youth, Sport and Child Matters on drug and substance abuse among the youths in Zambia for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th June 2024, a committee report that has been moved by Pambashe Member of Parliament, Mr. Ronald Chitotela, and it has been seconded by Mapatizia Member of Parliament, Ms. Imelda Munashabantu. And so when business resumes, we expect Luena Member of Parliament, Mr. Movita Anakoka, to start debating this committee report.
And of course, the House has so far considered 2 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 80. Remember, these questions that fall under this standing order are questions of ordinary nature. We have the first question which came from Mr. Francis Fouve, who is a Chilobi Member of Parliament. He did direct his question to the Minister of Transport. And the second question came from Mr. Taulo Chewe, Luansesha Constituency Member of Parliament. He did direct his question to the Minister of Tourism. Still to come is the consideration and resumption rather of the debate on the report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services on the ratification of the International Convention of the East Central and the Southern African Health Community. Remember, this follows the motion which was moved on 18th June 2024 by Isoka Constituency Member of Parliament, Ms. Marjorie Nakaponda. And this particular motion was seconded by Bahati Member of Parliament, Mr. Levan Chibombe.
Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. Bells are ringing. It seems we don't have a quorum in the House. It is a requirement that 1/3 of members of Parliament must be present in the House for any business to transact. And so once the quorum is formed, we expect business of the House to resume. And at the time, Mr. Second Deputy Speaker suspended business at 1640 hours for a 20-minute health break. On the floor of the House was Luena Member of Parliament, Mr. Movita Anakoka, about to start debating the report of the Committee on Youth, Sport and Child Matters on Drug and Substance Abuse among the youths in Zambia for the 3rd session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th June 2024, a motion that has been moved by Pambashe Member of Parliament, Mr. Ronald Chitotela, and seconded by Mapatizia Member of Parliament, Ms. Imelda Munashabantu. Just now we take you to the floor of the House. Good afternoon.
Order. When business was suspended, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member from Pambashe that this House adopts a report of the Committee on Youth, Sport and Child Matters on Drug and Substance Abuse among the youths in Zambia for the 3rd session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th June 2024, and the Honorable Member for Luena had just started debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you very much once again, Mr. Speaker. The people of Luena are grateful for the opportunity to debate this report. This motion as proposed by the Honorable Member for Pambashe and seconded by the Honorable Member for Mapatizia. Mr. Speaker, in debating this report, the people of Luena would like to start by indicating that quite often the link between substance abuse and mental health is missed on us. And we would like to bring that to light because some of the mental problems we're having to grapple with in the country are as a result of substance abuse. and it is so widespread that sometimes the effects show even in August houses, and that indicates the extent of the problem the nation is grappling with. Mr. Speaker, the first problem that we have with substance abuse is the widespread access and availability of these substances. In our case, alcohol and related substances are available 24/7, 24 hours, anytime. And they are available everywhere, in sweet shops, filling stations, at bus stops, at bus stations, not to mention in what is supposed to be official drinking places. And the access into those places is for all ages. There is absolutely no attempt to try and control in terms of what is the maturity levels of people that are being allowed access to those substances. And therefore, I would like to support the observation that we need to strengthen measures that are put in place to ensure that we reverse this trend. Mr. Speaker, when you look around in our country, you will notice that today the abuse of these substances is not only restricted to what is or what are described as official alcoholic beverages. We even have energy drinks, and in the recent few years, we have had the proliferation of these energy drinks on the market that are officially being sold as energy drinks, but in fact do have the same effect as alcoholic beverages. I know of some brands of kombucha, I know of some brands of ginger drinks that are so abused in our communities. Because when people are drinking them, officially when you look at them, it's like they are not drinking any alcoholic beverage. But before you know it, the fella is unable to do 2 steps forwards and 1 step backwards. They are all over the place because they become intoxicated. So this brings into focus the need for the Zambia Bureau of Standards to take a closer look at these energy drinks and ensure that they are only containing that which is supposed to be contained in there, which is energy. I know some of those energy drinks are also taken by a lot of adults for other reasons, but the ones we are concerned with are the ones that have got an alcoholic effect. Mr. Speaker, the variety of energy drinks on the market, and that have become so popular, has created a window for what I can term as illicit energy drinks. And there is need for those to be checked and controlled. Mr. Speaker, let me also note that in order for us to take control or in order for us to manage this situation, we cannot rely on sensitization alone, because sensitization without control, effective control, is of no use. Now, how are we going to ensure that we control the widespread abuse of these drinks? It starts with us accepting, first of all, that alcoholic beverages, Mr. Speaker, have been with us since man has been in existence. However, consumption of these drinks and the production of these drinks was always highly controlled. A few days ago, the Honorable Member for Mitete was in a question and answer session with the Minister of Local Government, bringing to focus the issue of how 7 days, otherwise known as Sipesu, which was such a controlled product in Western Province. Mr. Speaker, we can pass as many rules as we want here, but if we do not have an effective collaboration with our local communities in order to control production, supply, and the consumption of these drinks in our communities, the effect of what we are doing here will be nil. So I would like to urge that we give back to our local, especially rural communities, the control that they used to have. There would never be any more than 2 households that are producing sipesu at any given time in one silalo. And a silalo is a collection of villages. And there would be no beer drinking on any day other than over the weekend. And there would be no beer drinking even over the weekend until it's after 2 o'clock. Now, in this country, we have currently access to these alcoholic beverages available from as long as the shop is open, and they open at 6 o'clock. Some of them don't even close at all. So it's the whole night. And when you go to some of our neighboring countries who have also grappled with substance abuse, and in this case, Botswana comes to mind, they put in place very strong regulations. No sale of alcohol before 2 o'clock. No sale of alcohol on certain days. Now, if we are not bold enough to take these steps, doesn't matter who we are going to send out there to try and control the consumption of these illicit beverages, or even if they are not illicit, the effects of what we are grappling and what we are grappling with now will not be under control. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, the people of Rwanda would like to say they support the observations and recommendations made in this report, and we would like the government to take the recommendations on board. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I support the report, which was presented by Honorable Chitotela, seconded by Honorable Mapatiza. Chair, Minister, thank you so much for that report. It's what we need as a country. People should be told, and they should be told what is happening out there. Mr. Speaker, in supporting this report, I just want to touch on a few things. We have drug abuse today. We also need to go back. Yes, this is a worldwide problem. But in the case of Zambia, what are we doing as parents? What are we doing, especially people who are here, to our relatives? Are we supporting them? These kids who are abusing drugs today, Mr. Speaker, you realize that they're coming from homes, and some of them very respective homes. Why is it that they're abusing drugs today? You find that a son, a daughter of a minister, of high-profile people in this country are the ones in forefront of abusing these drugs. Where have we gone wrong as a nation? But Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on a few things. These things I want to touch on is what we have done wrong as a country. One, as a nation, we've done away with our traditional culture of supporting our relatives, supporting those who are not doing well in our community. We've decided to do away with those families because you are doing well. It's you, your daughter, it's you, your kids, and your wife, and it ends there. Forgetting that some of you here, some of us here, we were raised up by extended family members, and we've stopped looking after these people. This is where we are going wrong as a nation. Mr. Speaker, today you agree with me that if we go to schools, a good number of schools, especially in Lusaka or maybe developed towns in Zambia, you find that even the recreation facilities at the schools, should I say sports grounds at the schools, have been turned into residential houses. And we've got no time for, our kids have got no time for sports in these very schools. If you go to schools today, you find that previously, you agree with me, those who are coming from government schools, that you knock off at 13 hours, you go for for sports at 15 hours, and you go home at 16, 17 hours. This was keeping us busy in schools, and we couldn't abuse these drugs or beer. Mr. Speaker, I want us to search ourselves as leaders. Are we talking to what is happening out there? Or we are just bragging or trying to maybe to impress or to fulfill what we need to fulfill? Truth of the matter is that as a nation, we need to start moving, we need to start walking the talk. We talk so much and we do little. I will challenge the Minister of Sports today. How much money in the budget which is there to look after our kids who are in sport? Today, Mr. Speaker, we realize that a good number of those drug abusers in Chivolia, Kanyama, especially in Lusaka, especially in the cities, some of them, they are very good sportsmen and girls. What is it that we are doing? Are we helping out this ministry? Are we coming up with facilities to help out? This is it's a multi-million industry where if we produce 1, 2, 3 players in any field, they will bring a lot in terms of foreign exchange. But as a nation, how much money have we invested in these issues? Today, Mr. Speaker, you agree with me that we've done so much with our traditions and we've gone to what you call Imram Town at English manners. And as a result, the kids who are coming from villages and compounds, today, some of them are well-to-do. If you go to Kanyama today, a good number of them, if you ask Kanyama member of parliament, he will tell you that a good number of the people abusing drugs in Kanyama, they're not Kanyama residents. They're coming from somewhere. Well-to-do families. What is it that we are doing wrong? This is what we should be addressing now as a country. If you look 3.0, if I'm not mistaken in the report, Mr. Speaker, it's talking about unemployment of youths in our nation. Surely, the way we've set up our education system is to graduate and get employed. From there, you can't do anything on your own. It is important that now we should start training ourselves, our kids, that is what we call entrepreneurship. Those people who are out there abusing drugs, Mr. Speaker, today, if we are to realign, since we are realigning the budget, I wish in that budget, people can allocate money to Zambia National Service. Today, we are talking about farming. We could get a number of them into labor, as laborers to go and work in this farm. At least they'll get something for themselves, something for their families. We can manage this problem, but it takes a political will. It takes people with that zeal that we can end this age of drug abuse. Yes, the sentencing of the would-be offenders on drugs. Mr. Speaker, you agree with me that as a nation, the big guys, the traffickers, they buy their way out. And those people, at the end, with no financial muscles, are the ones who goes to jail. And this is where we are losing it as a nation. From now, I wish the government can come up with the stiff laws, which I know they're already there, but we can come up with a system under the same Drug Enforcement Commission that if a certain case is dismissed by failure of our colleagues, our people from drug enforcement to prosecute that thing, we should come up with a commission of inquiry to see why those who are trafficking drugs are let free and those who are using the drugs are sent to jail. Somebody with a 0.5 will be sent to jail. Somebody with a 10 kg is not sent to jail. This is where we should be addressing. Failure to address those issues, Mr. Speaker, is going to be very difficult for us. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for this time.
The Honourable Member for Kafue. The Honourable Member for Kanyama.
Thank you so much. I almost cried foul. Thank you so much for those remarks. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity you have given me to add a word to what is being debated on. As you may be aware, each time you talk about drugs, everyone pretends not to mention, but knowing that is Kanyama. Talk about anything is Kanyama. So because of that, I think I should have had some 10 minutes of some kind to actually air my views. However, Mr. Speaker, this issue, I want to align it to fight against corruption. Much has been spoken about fight against corruption, rules, policies, national policies and the like, but we are at the same place. Same applies to fight against, drug abuse. Mr. Speaker, this is not a now thing. It has been debated over and over, but I think we are lacking solutions. We know what the problem is, the causes, and their consequences. But now we need to find a way forward. Now, for me, I don't want to waste much of your time. I just want to provide a way forward. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report, it clearly says that the legal framework is adequate. So there's no doubt about that. But now the question is, where do we miss it? After analyzing, going through certain literatures here and there, I've just come to learn one thing. There are certain small basic issues that we need to undertake for us to achieve what we need to achieve. Mr. Speaker, if we are to extinguish a tree, it dies completely. We are not going to go for the leaves. We'll go for the roots. And where these roots is in places like Kanyama. I don't want to talk about other constituencies. That would be gossiping. We know that a number of activities in relation to what we're discussing here are happening there. Why can't the operatives, like in this manner, or in this case, the DEG, go on the ground in Kanyama, together with myself, we get the police, and a few other institutions that are attached to this. We have an interaction. We sit down one-on-one. We inquire from these boys, what is causing you to do these things? Then from there, once we have gotten that, which causes them to do that, then we work towards that. Believe you me, that issue, that fight will be a thing of the past. There are three structures here. We're talking about those that are waiting for rehabilitation, those who are in rehabilitation centers. There are those that are actually addicted, but they are still in the community. And there are those who would be, because society breeds behavior. So when we attend to those that are addicted in the community, we sit down with them, talk to them. They are our children. They hail from a number of houses. Parents are there. Like one member made mention that this has devastated a number of families. It's very, very true. So now, if us as leaders, with those that are tasked to fight that, we don't take a step to ensure that these boys are spoken to, and that is a preventive measure that what we'll be doing, and not looking at the curative measure, where you can say to people, then from there start giving them whatever medication, therapy, and the like, which is so costly. So why can't we go on the ground, do what you're supposed to do, talk to these boys, find out exactly what causes them to behave in those manners. Then you realize that maybe solutions will be simple to achieve. Anxiety, peer pressure, lack of opportunities. Those are some of the issues that will cause our boys to go into that. Mind you, these are the potential leaders of tomorrow, are the ones who we're expecting to be sitting here. But now, if we don't take measures that will curtail whatever they are doing, then the country won't be a good country. Now, to DEG officials, I think a week ago or so, they were celebrating some, whatever, whether it was commemoration of year of, drug-related issues. Instead of doing that right in Kanyama where these things are happening, they decided to go somewhere where, like Levy Junction there, they are there jogging, dancing. No, we are celebrating the what? Come on, are we being serious? So we need to hit the nail right on its head. Let us go to those places which are affected and establish why people are behaving in that manner. On the other hand, DEC with other ministries can partner with certain NGOs that are into, we have got NGOs like the beginning. You approach them. Can't we come together and see how best we can fight this? And those people, definitely, they'll come to our aid. Then we go with them and attend to these issues. Other than just talking, no, we don't have the money. Let us not leave everything to the government. Ourselves, with the talents that we have, I think we can manage to, as we are waiting for the government to look for resources, for them to revamp the structures, to do therapy to these boys, to buy whatever is needed. But us, as individuals, as the bigger government, the population, we have got a tool that we can use to ensure that our boys, our children, our girls are advised against the use of these drugs. Mr. Speaker, with these few remarks, I wish to support the motion. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Chikankata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing the people of Chikankata to support this very progressive report. Mr. Speaker, allow me to appreciate the mover of the motion and the seconder. Drug and substance abuse among the youths. Mr. Speaker, the youths are future leaders of tomorrow and they are co-partners in development today. Hence, it's very important as a society that we take care of this group of people. Mr. Speaker, we have a challenge in this country of drug abuse because of lack of employment. That's the major cause of drug abuse, because our young people have nothing to do. Hence, there's peer pressure among our young people. However, Mr. Speaker, as a government, under the new Dawn government, under the able leadership of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, we are elect people because he gave us a policy direction that is helping the young people of this country under the CDF. Mr. Speaker, we have skills training under the CDF. This is a program that educates the young people to venture into entrepreneurship. Mr. Speaker, the richest person in this world is an entrepreneur. But what we taught our young people in this country is that when they finish their university or colleges, they have to wait for a white-collar job, which has been a challenge. Hence, having such challenges as a country, our people being involved in drug abuse. Under the CDF, we are sending our young people to do skills training. And when they come back, we have grants, we have loans to venture into entrepreneurship to help our young people create employment for themselves, create employment for other young people. This is what we call progressive policies under the new Dawn government. And like what we saw in the last 10 years, where young people were being taught what they call dunalivesi, meaning going backwards in all activities of our development. Mr. Speaker, this is not the issue of government alone. Even as parents, as a community, we need to be involved. Like the mover said, that at the moment we have women in this country that are taking a substance called nsunko, and children are watching, especially the girls. We have myths that this nsunko is helping women. I don't understand as a woman, but this has brought challenges among our women.
Now, Honorable Member, you know, the information that you give on the floor of the House has to be factual. In which way does the Sunko help women?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will tell the nation. There's a myth among the community that Sunko gives a woman to have a warm body. That's a myth, and it has been accepted by society. But this is destroying our society, because the parents who are supposed to help the young people to move out of drug abuse, they are being encouraged because they are seeing their parents doing the same thing. This is the reason that I'm saying that for us to help our young people, let the community, let the traditional leaders, parents be involved in educating the young people the dangers of drug abuse. This is a time for parents to send their children to school. If you are not able to educate your child under secondary school, there is also a provision under the CDF for secondary bursaries. We are paying for the children. What does this mean? It means that we have a government that believes that when you educate a child, you are building entrepreneurship in them so that they are able to stand on their own. They will not have time to waste in the community, because they say that a dull mind is a devil's workshop. This is the reason why the only thing our children can do is venturing into drug abuse. But I'm happy as a member of parliament for Chikankata, we've come up with a lot of activities for the young people that will make them stay away from these drug abuse activities. With these few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support this very progressive report.
The Honourable Member for Bwana Mkubwa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought of just adding a few remarks. Let me first take this opportunity to thank the mover of this motion, Honourable Chitotela, and my main colleagues who've debated on this important report. Mr. Speaker, I'll just speak on a few issues. First and foremost, drug and substance abuse in this country among the youths have become rampant. And Mr. Speaker, that has become a detriment to the well-being of these youths as well as this nation. There's a saying which says, "Imiti kula impanga," Mr. Speaker, which means the younger generation are the future. And if we don't take precautionary measures to ensure that we align our youths in this country, then we won't be a progressive nation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we come up with intervention measures to ensure that our youths are protected, starting from tertiary education, from primary schools, that we can carry out sensitization among the youths in terms of substance abuse and other illicit drugs, which is now on a rampant, and also come up with mitigation measures, policies to ensure that some of these drugs which are now rampant on the market and they can be easily accessed by our youths is kept through policies which can ensure that some of these drugs are under lock and key. However, Mr. Speaker, apart from coming up with those intervention measures, yes, we have youths who have abused drugs and other substances. It's important also to come up with a fully fledged rehabilitation centers for these youths in various jurisdictions to ensure that they can be looked at, they can be reformed and eventually put back in the community to ensure that they can actively participate to the well-being of this country, because these youths, Mr. Speaker, being it from universities, they are in this act of abusing drugs, and you find that's where we are having people are coming and channeled through the society to ensure that there's a betterment of this country in various fields. So it's important because we've had examples, Mr. Speaker, even among our peers and family members of children who've abused drugs, but you find there's no robust rehab centers to take these children. And we end up keeping them in homes, and they continue in those vices because they are not well reformed. So it's very, very important, Mr. Speaker,
even if you look into this report, that there are things which have suggested which we need to look at to ensure that we can curb the abuse of drugs and other related illicit drugs which are now common on the market. Mr. Speaker, let me proceed to highlight some of the issues in this report which have fervently been recommended by the committee to ensure that we have a movement from where we are as a country to ensure that we move forward to curb the abuse of drugs by our youths. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, we need to have, like I've already alluded to, policy to ensure that these facilities which stock some of these drugs, these facilities, Mr. Speaker, we should ensure that we come up with mechanisms on how we need to investigate how some of these substances, which are even stocked, for example, by Chinama, they are getting into the streets. Our children are getting those substances, they're putting in their drinks, they're putting in their various things they are taking, and now they're turning out to be junkies and attacking people. If you look in my area, Bonamkuba constituency, we've got Kaloko. And Kaloko, we've got various reports that 14-year-old children are the ones attacking people every day, getting cell phones from people, attacking elderly people, because there's a rampant use of alcohol and drugs in some of these areas. So it's very, very important to come up with some of these short and long-term mechanisms on how we can ensure that we mitigate some of these issues. Mr. Speaker, secondly, apart from those issues of sensitization and also the causes and the ripple effect of drug abuse needs to be emphasized, and as a government we need to come up with systems on how we can ensure that even those people who are not in schools but in our localities, we come up with either programs or sketches on how we can bring them together to ensure that we can sensitize them on the causes and the ripple effect of the abuse of drugs, because we need those children, we need those students, we need those youths to ensure that they can contribute to the well-being of this country. Mr. Speaker, let me from the onset say that I support this report, and I thought I'll just highlight a few things. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sinazongwe.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for giving the good people of Sinazongwe an opportunity to say one or two words on this very important committee report, which was ably moved by the Honourable Member of Parliament for Pambashe and ably seconded by Mapatizia, Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, some of us who were born in the First Republic, some of us who are well privileged to have been ruled by the First Republic, you go back and check, you'll find such activities of drug abuse that we are seeing today. There was none of such activities. So where did we go wrong as a country, Mr. Speaker? We need to make a trace of where things started going wrong so that we can fight to correct the wrong. Mr. Speaker, what has happened to the nation is a total loss. You go in Sinazongwe parliamentary constituency, Mr. Speaker, you look at the youth that are supposed to take over from me. A lot of them are abusing drugs at a tender age, Mr. Speaker. The age of somewhere in their 20s, let me say from 15 and above years. These youths, Mr. Speaker, they feel they cannot be helped by society. Therefore, taking such a disastrous move of spoiling their future. Mr. Speaker, these youths are the ones that are supposed to take over from so many members of parliament in the near future. But society has degenerated into something else, which is very unacceptable. If you do recall, Mr. Speaker, one time when I was debating, I did indicate to say, if as a nation we are not careful, this parliament will be full of junkies, whereby your job as the speaker will be very, very difficult. The behavior of our youth has become not human, but inhuman because of the drugs that they take. Now, what can we do as leaders, Mr. Speaker? Because this is a situation that we find ourselves in as a country. It is a situation we find ourselves as a nation, Mr. Speaker. So as a nation, we need to take your report very, very serious and act. It is not the duty of the government alone, Mr. Speaker. This is the duty of everyone in the country to say, what society are we going to leave behind when we are gone? Are we going to leave the society that will be taking drugs for them to work? You go in these taverns, these bars, Mr. Speaker, even this methylated spirit, Mr. Speaker, our youth, they are taking it. You look at the damage that is being caused. Some, there is the beer, I'm told, where they have to mix nugget polish and some other to come up with some drugs. I don't know how they call it. Chijame. Which our young brothers and sisters are taking. We need to take action as leaders, Mr. Speaker. We need to be counted to say, when we were there, we corrected the wrong. This report that, Mr. Speaker, has been raised by your committee, it is not something that should be left to gather dust. It is a report, Mr. Speaker, that needs action to be taken. Let's take stock of us as your members of parliament, Mr. Speaker. What are we doing to unite? To come back to extended families. Because when we had extended families, Mr. Speaker, at that time, such vices were not there. Now, if you ask your members of parliament, Mr. Speaker, in this parliament, find out how many members of parliament are extending to their nephews and nieces in terms of reaching out, taking them to school. You'll find each member of parliament has confined himself or herself to the children that they bring on earth, other than extending. Those days, Mr. Speaker, my father kept a lot of nephews and nieces. At home were more than 20. So family values were really practicing, not what we are seeing today, Mr. Speaker. It starts with us. Are we extending to the orphans, the orphans that have been left by our brothers and our sisters? Are we extending the little resources that we come across to educate them, to look after them, to give parental guidance? You'll find, Mr. Speaker, very few leaders are doing that. And we are the same people want to go and abuse the same youths when it comes to campaigns. Buy them beer, buy them whatever, so that they're intoxicated, forgetting that what we are planting, it is something that will never not germinate, won't give us a good fruit, but a disaster to the nation. And we need to make sure that as we campaign, Mr. Speaker, let's make sure these people, our youth, we give them just food, no more food. the food that we can take, not buying a youth the drugs or alcohol that you can't partake yourself. It starts with us. We need to take a center stage in making sure that we deliver what society demands. With these few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I move as I support the committee's report. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister for Lukulu East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm truly honored to be able to contribute and participate in this very important debate, and I would like to take note of all the sentiments that have been expressed by the various colleagues. Truly, listening to the debate.
Order, Honorable.
Yes, I'm the MP for East, as you said.
You are not the chairperson of this committee. You are debating as a member, is it? So, yes, he's debating as a member. Avoid passing comments. No, he's debating. You may continue. The problem of some of you members is not good.
Substance abuse, sir.
To show that you know a lot.
Thank you very much.
I picked him because he's an expert to help us. He's got a deeper understanding. Okay. That is the role of a presiding officer.
My time.
So that the nation should hear.
So,
you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to put the issue of alcohol and substance abuse in perspective, Mr. Speaker, is to try and bring to the attention of the honorable members that alcohol and substance abuse currently is driving mental health issues in this country. And if my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Local Government, was in the House, he did touch on it the other day, that if you take a walk next door to Chainama here, you will find that 56% of all the outpatient attendances are all as a result of alcohol disorders. And those that are admitted, 40%, in other words, 4 out of 10 beds in Chainama right now are occupied by some of our citizens whose cause is directly related to alcohol and substance disorders. If we go backwards, in 2010, the contribution of alcohol disorders to mental health was only 15%, but today it has skyrocketed exponentially to somewhere around 56%. So what we have is a time bomb in the making, and I therefore support the attempts by this committee to bring this topical issue to the floor of the House. Not only that, only the other day the Honorable Madam Speaker did mention that we need to put our hands, to join our hands together and come up with practical, actionable steps to try and address this matter. So you can see that if the cost of inaction, the cost of not doing anything about this, is that we are actually going to produce a nation of sick young people who will not be able to contribute to the economic development of this country, which Honorable Msokotwane is facing sleepless nights to try and address. Secondly, we are also going to consign a lot of our young people to delinquency, which we are all complaining about. You heard the Honorable Minister saying that our youth today, it's so fashionable for them, they can even insult a chief when they have taken some of these substances. So truly we need to do something, and it's high time we supported all our institutions that are at the forefront of fighting this scourge. So the Ministry of Health, on the other hand, looking at the health side of things, the Ministry of Local Government looking at enforcement, including the Drug Enforcement Commission. So what I want to suggest, Mr. Speaker, is just to be blunt and straightforward. We know the problem. As we always do here in Zambia, we don't do anything. We just talk about it, but we don't take any steps. So what is the problem if today we stood up and said we have banned the shisha, which could be saving us some of the entry points for some of our young people to get introduced to drugs? Other countries have done that. Why can't we do that? Why can't we pronounce that we have banned the junta? As Honorable Luo did years ago when she banned the 2GDG. we can still pronounce today that we have banned this junta. Why can't we wake up today and pronounce that we want to get rid of all the alcohol selling points in our markets and our bus stops? What stops us from doing that? Because we know that these are the havens where some of these things are happening. But we are happy to come here and talk about them, and we don't do anything about them. Because they are sending our people to commit suicide, to be depressed, to become psychotic, to become delinquent, to contribute less. 3 out of 4 bottles consumed in this country of beer, Honorable Speaker, are illicit. So only 30% is the correct stuff. Most of it is bad alcohol, which my colleague here was talking about. So if we know, why can't we do something about it? The alcohol industry is highly unregulated at the moment. Anyone can come in and bring anything. They can manufacture anything in the backyard. They can mix a ginger and something, call it all sorts of names. They can put anything there and give it to our people to consume. We know about it, but we are not doing anything about it. So we need to begin to make a difference by enforcing. Some of my colleagues here have said, no, we need policies. By the way, the policies we have. I'm sure you recall His Excellency when he came in March, he did mention that they had just launched a substance abuse policy. We have one of the most beautiful alcohol policies, but we simply do not enforce them. We simply do not follow some of the tenets that are in there. They are just gathering dust. So it's high time we began to get those pieces of our policies, began to make laws out of those, and began to be proactive and enforce them. We also need to begin to do random checks for alcohol and drugs, starting right from here in Parliament, all the way to all the various sectors of our society, including the schools. We need to begin to do these random checks, breathalyzers and others, so that we can begin to catch some of these offenders. Lastly, we have now one of the most beautiful local government systems. I think through the CDF we get these frequent circulars at which we are told, can we use the local or subnational structures to do ABCD? We can still use the same thing to write to all our councils immediately that they get rid of all these points in the markets, they shut down all these illicit producers, that immediately all our councillors begin to educate our people that if you consume shoe polish and fertilizer mixed with methylated spirit, you will die. As we have seen, we were talking about this thing only the other week, but none of us simply cares, other than just talking about it, and it ends here. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to second the idea that the Honorable Madam Speaker brought on the floor, that this should not end here. We need to take it further. Maybe 1 or 2 committees should sit, all of us, tease out from our laws, from our policies, what are the practical, actionable steps that we can undertake in order to deal with this matter. Can you imagine, Honorable Msokotwa, that those of our people afflicted by alcohol now, if we want to treat them, other than China, when they go there, they are stabilized, they are sent back. Why? We do not have a government-owned rehabilitation center to reset some of our citizens who have been affected. Instead, we have these private ones which cost anywhere between 6,000 to 8,000 per month. How many of our ordinary citizens can afford these centers? And this problem affects everyone, all levels of society, including right here. I'm very much aware. So, honorable members, it is high time we did something about this matter. I thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mbabala.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving the good people of Mbabala an opportunity to add their voice to this motion, ably moved by Honourable Member for Pambashe and Seconder. Mr. Speaker, the issue of alcohol and substance abuse speaks a lot to the way we have carried ourselves as a society, as ably spoken by our chair, Dr. Karila. as a country, we have not paid strong attention to this problem. We had a few years ago enacted the Mental Health Act, I think is 2019, where we left a gap in the legal capacity issue. That's on the legal framework on mental health. And we come now to the drugs and substance abuse issues, where we, I think last year, we basically looked at drugs that can be bought off shelf and drugs that can be bought with using a prescription. And in that direction, as a country, we have not yet managed to deal with the problem, because people are still able to buy these drugs even when they may not have the right prescription. And even for those non-prescription drugs, they're still able to get simple things like cough mixtures, which they're able to mix with other things and still get an intoxicating result. Therefore, we need, as suggested by Dr. Karira, we need to have a substance abuse policy, which should then also go into some law or some act, which is going to help us to improve surveillance on the abuse of drugs. Because as long as we remain with the current structures, we will not be able to curb this problem. We need to improve on our surveillance to the extent that we can quickly test people for substance abuse. And there are scientific measures that can be used to do that. These scientific measures will quickly find somebody who is looking intoxicated, tested, and then we can know if they are using one of the substances that are illegal, then we can try and trace the source. Because what we are not doing in this country is to track the source. We need to track the source of these drugs as to where they are coming from. And if we can improve on that, we can have that policy and law, then we can be able to test people and know where the drugs are coming from and go and best that source. And once we deal with the source, then we will be dealing with the problem. The second aspect, Mr. Speaker, which I want to contribute, is we need a scientific approach to this problem. We have dealt with it from various line ministries, community development. We are picking some of the kids, taking them for rehabilitation. Means of youth is having some activities. Means of education is having some activities. Means of health has got some activities. But we have not come together to put a social anthropological team or study that goes to look at how our society is arranged as to how this human behavior is coming from. Where is it coming from? A very detailed scientific approach. This is what we would urge, Mr. Speaker, for this House to recommend and look at, to put a very scientific and detailed study of our society, our Zambian society. Because what we need going forward is social engineering, where we can be able to influence both the in-school and out-of-school children by investing in changing human behaviors from a very tender age, from a very young age of 3 years and below, growing up with certain behaviors and characteristics to influence human behavior. If we focus and invest in that social engineering of our society, the dividends in the next 10 years will be huge, because we are going to see a different behavior from our children. The lost decade of 10 years, where we were rewarding surgery and other behaviors, is a very big dent that will go a long way, because those children who were destroyed in the last 10 years, when we were rewarding surgery and all the bad behaviors and the like, these children are now the youths. They are now becoming young adults, and they are running homes in some areas, and hence we continue to see these broke problems. We have seen them with the police, where we have junks. We have seen them in various compounds where we've got these fluffies and all that, a lot of stealing and the like, because the rewards were given to people who are exhibiting these bad behaviors by stealing and getting money from people, getting money from various places, you know, and so the quick get rich quick methods were the ones which were being rewarded. And that is how we are seeing people flashing all kinds of money, people burning money, and all those kind of things. It is because we had lost the moral decay of leadership to be able to control those kind of things. So that decade of these young people who have been destroyed is going to be with us and is influencing our society. So we need to go back to basics by social engineering at a very tender age. And now we've got an opportunity with the curriculum review in the means of education for us to begin to inculcate that new culture by investing in this study which I'm talking about, by putting a strong team of experts to be able to redesign a number of things for in and out of school children and for our society, even for the behavior regression. I talked about surveillance because the other day I was a witness to somebody opening a car boot, getting some quick drinks, mixing some substance, and then selling to some youths, and they close the car boot and off they go. Without surveillance, you cannot catch those kinds of people who are doing those kind of behaviors. But if we do surveillance, we'll be able to catch those people and be able to test what they are selling, whether it's something which is consumable for our people or it's a substance that is not consumable by our people. And from there, we can prosecute. And we need quick bylaws that allow for quick prosecution so that we can have good examples that go to jail, and hopefully, as we continue to do reformation in the Zambia Correctional Service, those can be reformed and come back to society as good citizens that are integrated to contribute to the economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The Acting Minister of Youth, Sport, to respond.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you most sincerely for giving me this opportunity to make a statement through you to this August House and the nation on the debate to adopt the report of the Committee on Youth, Sport, and Child Matters on alcohol, drug, and substance abuse amongst our youth in the country. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I would like to commend the committee for their detailed and insightful report on issues pertaining to alcohol, drug, and substance abuse among the youth in our country. I have no doubt in that the report reflects issues that, once acted upon, will contribute immensely to the betterment and the livelihood of our children and the youth. Mr. Speaker, the youth are a critical and treasured investment. If well positioned, they can drive the development of our country. According to the Zambia Census projection report of 2011 to 2035, estimates the youth population between 19 to 34 years of age in the year 2023 to be at above 5.4 million out of the total population of 20 million people in our country. This means that the youth accounted for 26.7% of the total Zambian population, of which 2.7 were male and 2.7 were also female, representing the percentage of 26.7. Mr. Speaker, the youth population, it's key group that can immensely contribute to the unlocking of the country's social and economic potential if well managed. However, the country has witnessed an increase in alcohol, drug, and substance abuse among the youth. As highlighted in the report being tabled today, this situation is a worrisome and has a potential to lead to an increase in mental health disorders amongst the youth, increase the crime rates, and an increase in the youth dropout rates from the learning institutions, and in the end having a dysfunctional youthful population. This could in return negatively impact the general population and socio-economic development of our country. Mr. Speaker, as you may be aware, the government through the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Art, Ministry of Technology, Science, Ministry of Community Development and Social Services, and the Ministry of Education are currently implementing programs aimed at preventing and creating awareness on the danger of alcohol, drug, and substances abuse among the youth. These programs are implemented at various institutions of learning and in the country and in the community as well. Mr. Speaker, as enlightened in the report, the country has adequate legal framework supporting programs against alcohol, drug, and substance abuse amongst our youth in the country. However, there is need for the country to scale up efforts to cure or combat abuse of alcohol, drugs, and other illegal substances among the youth. It is worth noticing that the report being tabled today has just cemented what the country is currently witnessing, especially the growing, disheartening word called junkies in our communities. Mr. Speaker, this calls the government, members of parliament here, and non-state actors to strengthen efforts and ensure that this issue is given the much-needed attention it deserves. Mr. Speaker, this phenomenon of abuse of alcohol, drugs, and substance was very prevailing amongst the youth within the urban areas. But now, even in the rural areas, we've seen our youths affected. Mr. Speaker, this report has given us an opportunity to relook at the measures which have been put in place to cure alcohol, drugs, and substance abuse amongst our youths. This action will enable the nation to determine what measures are working out and those that are not working out. As highlighted in the report, the country has continued to face a lot of challenges in addressing matters relating to drug and substance abuse amongst our youths in the country. Some of these challenges include lack of clear referral mechanism, limited treatment and rehabilitation centers, inadequate mental health specialists and guidance teachers, lack of public awareness and sensitization programs on drug and substance abuse, absence of drug enforcement commission officers in some of the districts in the country, inadequate financial and material resources for programs against drug and substance abuse, poor reporting and documentation of drug and substance abuse among our youths in the country, lack of compliance to Section 27, 29, 36 of the Liquor Licensing Act number 20 of 2011. closure of the Zambia National Service-run youth rehabilitation centers. Mr. Speaker, the government will endeavor to enhance our coordination mechanism to foster clear referral mechanisms through partnerships, establishment of more rehabilitation centers, enhance awareness and sensitization programs, reinforce compliance among these who are into alcohol, selling points, reintroducing rehabilitation centers of the youth living, especially in those streets where there is a lot of consumption of alcohol, drugs, and substances in the increase in those areas. As I conclude, I wish to repeat the measures that government has put in place to address matters of drug and substance abuse, such as laws that regulate the manufacture, production, cultivation, possession, sale, supply, storage, distribution, import, and export of such substances, allocation of sufficient financial and material resources towards programs that address matters of drug and substance abuse amongst our youths in the country, and enhance collaboration with various stakeholders in addressing drug and substance abuse related matters. Incorporation of drug and substance related topics, especially in school curriculum, so that we can also address our children in schools. The government of the Republic of Zambia will continue to implement programs and initiatives aimed at addressing issues affecting the youths in Zambia, including those that are involved in alcohol, drug, and substance abuse among the youth. The intervention will conclude and will include provision of social, economic youth empowerment, provision of rehabilitation services, and provision of skills training. With these few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member from Babasho wind up debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank everybody that debated and contributed, and I need to highlight this. Honourable members, this is a very serious problem. If you are seated here, you may think the problem is just in Kanyama, as the Honourable Member for Kanyama debated. We may be burying our heads in the sand. This problem was spread across the country, including our high learning institution of education. You go to universities, you find our children are taking drugs. Mr. Speaker, on the entourage of tour, we incorporated all the stakeholders. We drew staffs from the Drug Enforcement Commission, Ministry of Youth, Ministry of Community Development, and the other non-state actors. Mr. Speaker, you discover that in Zambia today, I thought the minister would be very practical by stating the practical steps. There is no single government rehabilitation center for drug-related matters. There is zero. Zero. And to say government will endeavor, as the one debater, Mr. Speaker, said, we risk that very soon in the future, those of our children who are graduates from universities across are the future members of parliament for Pambasha, are the future ministers of youth and sport, are the future ministers of finances. I shudder to wonder how our country will be. We need to look at the report and look at the practical steps and see how we can enhance even education within the Drug Enforcement Commission. The funding that we are giving to the prosecution, if we can
give more funding to education so that people are sensitized to the danger. Then we'll be building a nation that we desire all of us to live in. Today, Mr. Speaker, as the Honorable Member for Ron stated, I don't want to redebate. The social and economic factors are at play. So we cannot politicize and say the 10 years. The closure of ZNS camps with the minister. The past 3 years, your PS submitted. The past 3 years, there's been nothing going on the ZNS where youths have been really trained. Where a minister would go to the province, direct a PS and withdraw the money that meant for the rehabilitation of youth and misuse it. So these are some of the issues that we need to deal with. Issues of putting money where it matters most. We devolve with politics and we concentrate on building the society that we want to be tomorrow. Because as the saying goes, if you are not affected, you are infected. These are our future sons and daughters-in-law. We need to deal with this matter head-on, devoid of politics. We need to deal with this matter head-on with every necessary requisite that is required. We need to deal with these matters as we are the citizens of Zambia and the country that would love to live in. I shudder to wonder to see one of those come to marry your child, and then you see the consequences, both male and female. Mr. Speaker, with this passionate appeal to government, the Minister of Community Development, Minister of Home Affairs, the Minister of Education, the Minister of Health, the Minister of Youth, reopen those youth resource centers. That collaboration that was there between ZNS and your ministry. The past 3 years, Mr. Speaker, there's been nothing. There's been no collaboration between the government and ZNS in retraining and shaping the future of our children. I want to thank everybody and I want to urge the members to support and adopt the report. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
I put the question. The question is that this House adopts a report of the Committee on Youth, Sport and Child Matters on drug and substance abuse among the youths in Zambia for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th June 2024. As many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services. Motion of 18th June. Resumption of debate.
When business was interrupted yesterday, Tuesday, 18th June 2024, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Isoka that this House adopts a report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services on the ratification of the International Convention of the East, Central and Southern Africa Health Community for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 12th June 2024, and the Honorable Member for Luena was debating. May the Honorable Member Lunte, may the Honorable Member continue. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Mansa.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor of the House on the ratification of the Treaty on East, Central, and Southern Africa Health Community. Mr. Speaker, as well led by the mover of the motion, the East, Central, and Southern Africa Health Community, abridged as EXA-HC, is an intergovernment association that focuses
on interests of member states on health of their citizens. Mr. Speaker, I would like to emphasize that the thrusts that this organization looks at involve: one, health system strengthening, and in particular, human capital development for health, and two, key public health thrusts such as HIV/AIDS, non-communicable diseases, and other communicable diseases such as TB, and global health diplomacy. Mr. Speaker, human capital development is fundamentally critical to our aspiration as a nation for universal health coverage. Mr. Speaker, I'll focus my debate on just EXA-HC in relation to human capital development and relate it to Zambia's aspiration for universal health coverage. Mr. Speaker, when EXA was formed, the member states looked at the common interests, health for everyone, everywhere. What were the challenges that they were facing at the time? It was inadequate human resource for health. It was poor supply chain, inadequate research, poor health security. And the focus of EXA at the time was to ensure that the member states fostered a partnership which looked at promoting the common aspirations of member states in addressing the health of the citizens in the member states. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier on, I would like to focus on human capital development. Zambia, in following the steps that EXA took, established the Zambia College of Medicine and Surgery in 2018. And Zambia focused on ensuring that we trained 500 new specialists. The Zambia College of Medicine and Surgery, Mr. Speaker, today is a success story. Just last week, the Zambia College of Medicine and Surgery was graduating 79 new specialists, with the first ever neurosurgeon, female neurosurgeon, trained in the country. Mr. Speaker, that neurosurgeon, a female neurosurgeon, was the 281st specialist trained under the ZACOMS program. It's a success story. In the year 2016, we only had 192 specialists in the country. And today, we've said, between 2016 and to date, we have trained 281 new specialists. This was an inspiration from EXA Health Community. It is important that Zambia ratifies this convention, this treaty, because Zambia identifies with the principles that EXA-HC stands for. Mr. Speaker, global health diplomacy is another important principle that EXA Health Community stands for. And under global health diplomacy is public health security. Recently, as a very important deliverable under EXA-HC, there was a meeting where member countries agreed on forming an association that looked at health emergencies so that there could be swift responses where we have health emergencies such as Ebola, cholera, and any other emergencies such as COVID. Mr. Speaker, Zambia took pole position by establishing the Zambia National Public Health Institute. This is also an inspiration of EXA Health Community. It is important that today we push for the ratification of the EXA Health Community Treaty so that we continue aligning to the principles that underlay the formation of the EXA Health Community. Mr. Speaker, EXA Health Community was formed in the year 1974, and it was formed out of an agreement at Commonwealth level for member states that were from Eastern and Southern Africa. And in 1980, that Commonwealth community surrendered this responsibility to a regional body called EXA, Health Community. Since then, we have seen deliverables. 2,130 health workers have been trained as specialists under EXA Health Community Colleges. Since then, we have seen an establishment of a healthy emergency department that will respond swiftly to health emergencies in the region. Mr. Speaker, the collaboration among its member states has resulted in ability of member states to coordinate even in the needs of specialist training. Mr. Speaker, EXA Health Community has inspired member nations to ensure that colleges of training are set up in their respective institutions, and today Zambia has trained 281 health specialists in just 5 years, which is in comparison to 192 from 1964 to 2016, Mr. Speaker, is a huge milestone. I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, that as we talk about ratification of EXA Health Community Treaty, Zambia must look at its own human capital development program.
Order. As the time is 18:25 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and debate stands adjourned. Day for resumption of debate.
Tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
Debate to resume tomorrow. The acting leader of government business adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
As no notice of an item for debate on the motion of adjournment of the House has been received, I put the question. The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate, any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
Thank you so much for business of the House has been interrupted until tomorrow at 14:30 hours. We go straight into looking at a business that has been considered on the floor of the House from the time it resumed at 14:30 hours.
So when business are resumed this afternoon at 14:30 hours, Mr. Speaker did make two announcements. Under the first announcement, Mr. Speaker did recognize the presence in the public gallery of PPUs and teachers from Franciscan